Hello, hello. Welcome back to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call From. Let's see what it is today. Damn, I gotta fix the screen up. It's a little bit off. Hold up. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing today? How is everybody from the UK, Ireland, Australia, Germany, Amsterdam, the Netherlands, if you will? Morning from North Carolina. What up, Tony? Tonya W. They already have 3 hosts. Action right? They're ready. They are ready. Let me go ahead and finish setting everything up right quick, if you will. Let me see. What up, purple_lady? How's it going? And this is this might come to a surprise to you guys, but this is Iowa Board of Parole here, and this is live and direct. What's up, Steven? Hey, what's up? It's the other Heather. Hey, what up, the other Heather? Welcome to You Have a Collect Call From. Hey, what's up, Nanny? How's it going? Juan, what's up? It depends, man. Sometimes they're an hour. Sometimes it's 2. It just depends on how many individuals they got signed up for the day. Let me see. I'm gonna have to start up I'm gonna have to start the stream up right here. If I'm pointing at you, you're gonna have to start. I'm gonna start it up right now. So I'll be right back in 2 seconds. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to start this one up too. I just got hit. All right. Let me see here. Let me finish setting up. For those of you that are on, I am running on YT. If you guys want to jump on YT without any interruptions, the name of the channel is at CollectCallFrom on YT. So you want to watch the stream without any interruptions, I would strongly suggest for you guys to jump over to at CollectCallFrom on YT. And you might be wondering, what's IT? Or YT? It's going to be your favorite other streaming platform, if you will. They be tripping sometimes. They be on some BS, if you will. Yup. You got it, Claudia V. You know what it is. Okay, so they normally start at 7. It's 7:03. It looks like they might be running a little bit behind right now, so it'll be me for the time being, if you will. If you do jump over to YT, I do have two different, or I got 3 different streams. I got Iowa, I got Utah, and I also got Dade County.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Excellent. How are you folks?
Good, thank you. So it looks like we have Mr. Blakely first.
Yes.
Anything new from the eval that was submitted?
No, nothing new.
Still going to work release?
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions before we go?
I don't.
You can go and bring them in.
All right. Thank you.
Can somebody write down his name, if you will? I would highly appreciate it when you hear his name.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and your state number for me.
Julius Blakely, 687-9981.
Thank you, Mr. Blakely. My name is Jesse Rincon. My colleagues today are James Moses and Dana Winger. Will be conducting this interview. I'm going to explain the process, okay?
Yes, sir.
So this interview
you,
that's going to be conducted is considered to be a public forum, meaning that the public and the media can listen in, but they cannot participate. We could possibly discuss confidential information such as your mental health, substance abuse, or your medical history. Do you understand this and do you want to continue with this interview today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how this works, I'll start by asking you to describe the crime in detail, what was going on in your life at that time, what brought you to prison, basically. After that, my colleagues and myself might have some questions for you. After we complete our question, I'll ask you if you have anything for the board that you prepared or you want us to know, or something we didn't cover that you want us to know. Then we'll go into what's called deliberation, meaning we're going to make a decision. At that time, you're just to listen in. Once we make a decision, I'll come back to you and explain, okay, and that will conclude our interview at that time. All right, so let's start off at the beginning. What brought you to prison? Why are you here? What was going on that day?
Well, that day I decided to go out drinking, and I was also abusing pills. And I decided to put myself in a scenario where I could not manage what I was doing. I would drink to get away from everything, and I put myself in a situation where I hurt somebody. And
What kind of pills were you taking at that time?
pain pills, just a lot of different types of pain pills. I was in a four-wheeler accident prior, and I was abusing the medication I was on.
Okay. And what have you done to address that substance abuse?
I've done mental health because I use because of my mental health. It's more to escape the feelings I feel. And no matter how many times I've done substance abuse, I've never addressed the elephant in the room, which is my mental health and how I'm feeling and how I like to escape those feelings and try to avoid feeling anything. And the biggest thing is my codependency and how I always wrap my happiness around being around someone else or having someone else. I've convinced myself at a young age that that's the only way to be happy. And coming to terms with that, I can be happy with the simpler things. And there's a lot of things to appreciate in life versus just always having to be around somebody. And that was just based off of my growing up with being taken, going through the foster care homes. I had to address the things, why I do what I do versus, if I don't know why I do it, I can't combat it properly. And I don't want this to be a revolving door for me. I have people that care about me and depend on me. And, I have 4 wonderful kids that don't deserve a child for a father.
Well thought out answer. I appreciate that. You've taken active class, correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you believe active has taught you to not commit another domestic crime. Did you hear
I
that?
realized I only heard the end part of it.
I said, so what has acting given you to help you not commit another domestic crime?
It's okay to deal with my emotions. It's okay to have feelings. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to feel discouraged. It's okay to feel these things. It's how you deal with that, though. It's not taking it in and burying it somewhere deep so I lash out later on in life because I didn't know how to properly deal with it. It taught me that, you know, if I'm gonna be sad, go ahead and go to the bathroom, cry for a little bit, but I got to keep moving forward. It's I probably previously towards closer to my beginning of my bid, I tried to commit suicide because I didn't want to deal with my emotions. And this is one thing with that time by myself and with the tools I got with treatment, I realized everyone feels things. Everyone has rough days. Everyone goes through issues, and you know, they don't let it hinder them because they feel it, they accept it, and they move forward because they still have responsibilities to maintain. And in the past, I would get so self-absorbed or absorbed in how I felt and thought I was the only one of any importance in how my feelings superseded anybody else's or anybody else's opinion about anything. And knowing that it's okay to feel, to accept it and move forward, it's helped me with, being angry about things for no reason. And that was my biggest thing is I would bottle it in, and I was just so angry about anything and everything, and I would lash out. And that's one way the substance had, especially abuse and alcohol, had amplified. And coming into it, like I've had practice with sobriety also, but now knowing I can manage my emotions and I can feel things and be all right with feeling things, and that it doesn't make me less of a man because I have emotions. I'm a person.
Exactly. You mentioned that you grew up in the foster care system.
Yes,
Was there any abuse that went on at that time?
Some places there was. That's kind of where there was abuse in the house also prior. That's part of the reason I was taken. I've seen abuse and been around abuse my whole life. And it was something that I considered normal. That's why when I lashed out the way I did, I really never thought I had to fix anything. I thought there was something else wrong with the world and not me and myself and the way I grew up, because I didn't want to have to identify that I did not have the best upbringing. And I didn't want to have to deal with those feelings. But having to identify those things and those types of abuse has helped me with acceptance.
Good answer. Actually, very good answer. I appreciate you answering questions I had for you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues at this time. James?
Actually, I don't have any questions. I'm liking what you're sharing thus far, so I'm going to pass.
Thank you. Danny?
I just have a couple. Good morning, Mr. Blakely.
Yes, sir.
So plan of attack is work release in Sioux City.
Yes, sir.
What kind of support system do you have in that area?
It's not that I have a support system. My issue always with returning to community is I depend on other people. And I am 31 years old, and it's time for me to depend on myself. It's not that I don't know how to be successful in the community. I always get complacent, and I want to build my own foundation. And it's something I've wanted to do for quite some time. And being there, I've done the Sioux City halfway house before. And I know they have good job opportunities. And put myself in again, I want to build my own foundation. It's not that I don't think I need help. I don't want to have to depend on handouts and help from other people. I want something that's mine, something that's tangible for my situation, for my kids, because they need me.
I'm going to follow up on a couple things you said there.
Yes,
First of all, where are the kids at?
they're in Spencer.
They're in Spencer, okay. You talk about, relying on yourself and kind of being your own person, taking care of your business. Any thoughts or plans for AANA or mental health services when you get to work release, if you're granted that?
Absolutely. I plan on doing therapy because I do need someone to get some of these thoughts out sometimes. Sometimes, again, I'm my own worst enemy, so I might not give myself the best advice. So outside perspective, that's a professional, is something I'm going to look into. I know where they're located in the area because I'd started when I was there last, just in it. I honestly, I started it, but I only went through it for the motions. But it's something I like where I've been going mentally, and I want to continue that. There's a good AA meeting. I like the AA meetings a little bit better than the NA because the group I liked out there was a group of older individuals that have been in sobriety for quite some time. And I guess it wasn't the advice they gave, it was the happiness they achieved through long-term sobriety. And that is something that I want and for myself. And so, yeah,
Go ahead.
I do plan on continuing that. It's something, it's something I want to not only give for myself, but my children. I don't want them to have the same type of parents I had. And not wanting to have to admit how selfish I've been over the last few years, I still have an opportunity to change that and be that person for them. And I want that.
Okay. What kind of work do you do? What are you looking at there?
Usually heavy equipment operator. That's how I got my accident. I used to pump pits out in the Humble area, not too far from here. But I've also done factory work. I drive forklifts. I like the overnight deep freezer jobs, get paid a little extra, and you get a bunch of overtime. And it's something that it helps mash up with my schedules. That way I can maintain meetings during the day, get some rest, and then be able to get up and go to work.
Who'd you work for in the Humboldt area?
Precision Pumping was one of the last ones I worked with. I also worked with a feed mill. I do not remember the name of that. It was just an ag site. I don't remember the exact name for it.
Okay.
But I worked for them on and off. I had also managed apartments for a little bit. I'm good with maintenance. So actually, prior to being sentenced to prison, my long term is to go back to the Storm Lake area. And they also have a Tyson up there. I plan on transitioning back to the Tyson in that area. That way I can be closer to my children. And, but one of the gentlemen I had come in contact, he was a on-call sheriff. I don't know if that's the right term for it.
But reserve sheriff deputy, maybe.
That's what it was. And he told me as long as I, stay out of trouble, he was a plant manager at the Turkey Tyson in Storm Lake. He said, as long as I stay out of trouble and just get a hold of him when I am done dealing with my scenario and situation, to reach out to him. So part of the plan at being in Sioux City, there's a beef Tyson right across the bridge in the Nebraska side. I plan on working there. That's my goal, to go there, then put in for a transfer about a year afterwards. I want enough time to put something up in a savings and have something I could, so I'm not just going back to Storm Lake, fresh job. So I have something to depend on, a nest egg, if you will.
Did he say nest
Appreciate
egg,
that. I
if
don't
you
know.
will?
Thank you, Dan. James, you have any?
No, I'm good.
All right, Mr. Blakely, like I said earlier, if there's anything you want the board to know at this time or have something prepared, you have the floor at this time before we go into deliberation.
All right.
I mean, all I'll say is that I've known about my meeting for the last month, and I've had a lot of, I stay up at night and I digest the day, my thought process. And I guess more than anything I've ever said is that I guess I appreciate you guys giving me the interview. I've, gone over in my head a million times. Yeah, I thought about writing stuff down, but I thought the best thing was to be genuine, and I appreciate you guys listening and giving me the opportunity to have this interview.
Thank you. So at this time, just sit back. We're going to go into our deliberation. You'll be able to hear us. Once we come up with the decision, I'll come back to you and explain, okay? All right, thank you. Colleagues, thoughts?
Yeah, I actually can go ahead. I thought this was a great interview. I have to admit, I was appreciative of what he shared with you in the interim when he started off this process. Even like what he said, just in closing, for what he thought about writing down and preparing for us, and sounding thankful and humble for this interview. But him just being genuine, being himself. I liked how he shared about active in terms of, that it's okay to have emotions. It's okay to have challenges and difficulties and things that, can create stress, but then how to troubleshoot and how to work within all of that and opening up and sharing. I thought seems like he's on that road to trajectory in terms of navigating through some of the challenges and difficulties that he's had in his past, where he wasn't as forthcoming, with who he was and who he is, but seems to, have a grasp of that. But we all know that there still need to be that continued growth. And it's good to hear about his plan and, in terms of what, being employed, but also looking at wanting to continue his therapy and working on his mental health. He had established, working with someone in Minnesota, but already had an initial plan to transition somewhere near the area where he will, potentially be transitioning into. So I could probably go on, but I was pretty pleased with what Mr. Blakely had to share with us this morning. Therefore, I am in agreement with DOC's recommendation. I believe this is a SSG D6.
I think it's a WRG.
Yeah, it's a parole too, but he won't go to a special sentence, but he has code that was early on. So if we need to change it, we can look at it. But SSG D6 with the 10B going to the Sioux City work release.
It says minty at the bottom of it on top of that. And that we have.
Oh,
That's right.
yeah, okay. And sorry about that. The codes 20A, 20B, 30A, And also the 40A with continued substance abuse, mental health, and the 50A.
Thank you.
Time
Um,
out. Yeah, of course.
Okay, we're back. Dana, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to rewind the clock a little bit here. You know, a few weeks ago, us three sat at this table and we were doing evaluation reviews. And we were going through this and we're looking at a lot of information, looking at the history, looking at what he's done, you know, since he's been locked up. And we had a lot of deliberation during that. And then we kind of came to a consensus, all three of us, that I'd really like to talk to this guy. You know, I want to know, we want to know more. We could have sat him down,
Right.
you know, but for whatever reason, it didn't feel right. I agree with James. After this interview, I'm glad we didn't. Now, there's a lot of stuff in the past that I don't like. None of us like, right? I mean, that is what it is. But hearing some of his responses today, looking at some of the comments from his counselors, going through his history, looking what his goals are, I think has helped me considerably. But probably the most important thing he said was talking about his sobriety and talking about his mental health. And those two go hand in hand. You know, if you're struggling with your mental health, it's easy to, you know, self-medicate with drugs or alcohol. You know, if you got an issue with drugs and alcohol, you're going to have a problem with your mental health. I mean, they go hand in hand. I feel like he's figured that out. I'm glad we had this interview. I think those two things, the substance abuse and the mental health, the continued work on that, treatment, meetings, or what have you, I think that's going to be critical to his success. If you can operate heavy equipment, you can do maintenance work. I mean, there's opportunity out there for him. You know, finding a job, making money, creating that nest egg, if you will, like he talked about, is not going to be an issue. It's going to be that self-care. And he focused on that. He spent a lot of time on that. And I think that was the key for me. So I am also in agreement with this recommendation. I am glad that we had thoughtful conversation during the review of his evaluation that brought us to this point and brought him into this room. Because like I said, it would have been very easy to sit him down for 6 more months or a year and, you know, we'll look at it next time. But I think we made the right decision. I think the process worked. And, you know, with the codes that were mentioned, I think he can be successful and now it's up to him.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Mr. Blakely, you've heard from my colleagues, but you have not heard from myself yet on my vote. Before I tell you what that is, not only will we use this interview to gather information to come up with a decision, we're also able to see not only the recommendation your counselor had submitted, criminal history, substance abuse history, treatment history, and any other assessments. We were able to use that to compile. And Dana made a really good point, because on paper at first, this looked rough, but you had a great interview. You really did. And I agree with Dana. I think you really going to take something with you when you leave the gate. So my vote is going to be to grant your work release as well, to parole you to work release. I really like the fact that you like the knowledge of the older guys in AA. I've experienced that as a PO with some of my guys. They didn't want to be around people their old age. They respected the older generation and felt that they got more from it. So that was a healthy point that you had made. Also, managing your emotions. That's a tough thing to do, but the secret to that is you don't have to react to everything that you encounter. That's the whole reason why people go to prison, is how they reacted. And that's, if you can complete that hurdle, you're winning. Also, the codes that we mentioned was the PGD3 with the 10B that gets you to work release, the 40A to address your substance abuse and mental health, and the 58. We don't want you drinking alcohol, period, especially if you're taking care of your mental health. So no bars, no liquor stores, no alcohol, period. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, I appreciate you guys. You know, I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. You know, I don't know what it was. World works the way it's supposed to.
That's right.
And I want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I can't wait to talk to my kids after they get off school. That's it.
Right. Don't forget the time that you spent incarcerated as a reminder to keep you on that track and do well, because I think you will. Okay.
Absolutely. I remember this forever.
All right.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Good luck
Thank
to
you.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll be out in the unit later.
All right.
Okay, all right. Excellent. Gentlemen, I know that you probably couldn't see, but the words that you said to him brought him to tears. So thank you. That's cool to see. Like, you have an impact on these guys too. Like, I don't think he expected such encouraging words from you. So that was nice for him.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Guys. Okay, we're back again. So I don't know how to pronounce this person's last name. Etienne?
Etienne,
Etienne.
Irankunda.
Okay.
Etienne
So
is, yes.
is there anything new from the eval?
No, nope, nothing is new. He is taking college classes, and he has a very strong accent. So don't be afraid. He's used to being asked to repeat.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Colleagues, do you have any questions? You can go bring him in.
All right. I haven't had a chance to look. He wasn't when.
Here to 10 Zenio.
Your mic's off, dear. We can't hear you.
Sorry, can we take a minute? We just have to locate him.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Is it okay with you if we move on to our next number 3?
You guys okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Would that be Perez?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's-
Hold on.
Hello, how are you?
Good new?
Good, thank you. Are you Manuel Jaramillo?
Yep.
Nice to meet you. So we have Perez up next. Is there anything new from the evaluation that was submitted?
I believe now he has a job working for the yard crew here, and that's the only change you reported to me and the only change I found.
Okay, sounds good. Colleagues, you have any questions?
I don't know.
You can go and bring him in. Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good. Please say your name and your state number.
Rodel Perez, 6043. Wait, 6034515.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. My name is Jesse Rincon. My colleagues today are James Moses and Dana Winger. We're conducting your interview today. The way this interview is considered to be in a public forum, meaning that the public and the media can listen in, but they cannot participate. We can possibly discuss confidential information such as your mental health, your substance abuse, and your medical history. You understand this and you want to continue with this interview?
Yes.
Okay. So how this works, I'll start off by asking you to describe the crime in detail. What was going on in your life at the time? What brought you to prison, basically? After that, my colleagues and myself might have some questions for you to answer. After we complete our questioning, I'll ask you if you have anything for the board that you prepared or like us to know. Then we'll go into deliberation, meaning we're going to make a decision. Once we made the decision, I'll come back to you with and explain our decision to you, okay?
All right.
All right. So let's go back to the day of the crime. What was going on in your life? What did you do? What happened?
Well, basically, I've been on drugs for probably a month or so. And then I just was out of control, not in the right mind, seeing things, kept on coming back to my house, having an argument with my wife, and then every time she called the police, I used to overreact and push her out the way, things like that. But mostly I blame it on the drugs. I was not in the right state of mind at that time.
So what's your relationship with your wife right now?
We got divorced already. So
Okay.
finalized.
So you are on a stalking charge currently, correct?
Yeah, because I violated 6 no contact. Cause she kept on letting me stay at the house, and then every time we got into argument, she called the police. So it kept on adding up, and then enhanced it to stalking.
So are you clear about what a no contact order stands for?
Yeah,
now?
now I got the point.
Okay, and that's what I want you to get the point, because that's the quickest way to go back to jail or prison. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of got over everything that was.
So what can you tell the board, us three that are up here, that you're going to be leaving that victim alone? Because stalking charges for me are very serious.
Yeah, well, nowadays that I look at what I did in my past, that I couldn't let her go. I had a kid with her. She brought me from another state to over here. I thought, in my eyes, my life was gonna end if she left me. But now that I had this time to think about it, I guess it's okay to let them go. Let them be happy.
Okay. Are you currently in a relationship right now?
No, I just got a friend that comes visit me, but really I don't want a relationship with nobody. I'm not ready for it. None of that.
Why do you think, if it not only if let's eliminate the drugs, why do you think you've had so many domestic charges?
Basically, probably because I grew up with my father being a vegan person, and I probably picked it up from him. And he was an alcoholic, and that's probably where I got my addiction from too. Uh, but every time that I pick up them domestic, I'm high, you know. So that's one thing I mandatory must uh, let go. You know?
Okay. My next question for you is, you've been confirmed as a Latin King. So what was your rank? Were you a soldier, an enforcer, a shot caller? What were you?
In the streets,
Yes,
I was an enforcer.
you're an enforcer.
Yeah.
For how long did you have that title?
Since I was 18 to like 30 years old. I was in Chicago at that time. And
Right.
I'm to Iowa to let that gang life go.
You let it go?
Yeah.
Have you made it known to any of the COs or anybody there that you don't do that no more?
Well, they could see it that I kind of don't even associate with the people in here.
Okay.
I stick to myself, and they know that I'm 43 years old. I'm 43, I ain't got no time for all that, nonsense. I grew up out of it, not for me no more.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you for answering those questions. I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues at this time. Dana?
Yeah, so I just want to circle back on one of the comments you made. You talked about, we talked a little bit about the Latin Kings and how you let that go, and everybody in there knows that, you're 43 and you don't associate that. Less than a year ago, you got a major report for being a lookout during a fight. Was that a gang-related fight?
No, it was my neighbor had an argument with another guy, and it was not a lookout. Actually, I just closed the door because it was being too loud. Went to my room, and then they involved me in that situation. But I had nothing to do with that argument or that fight, And then if you look at their backgrounds, they're like opposite gangs of the Lion Kings. They're like Tech Woods. So I couldn't even be a lookout for them.
Okay, that explains that. I just wanted to clear that up. What was your drug of choice when you were using?
Meth.
Okay. And the recommendation here is to, if we make that decision, is to go to Fort Des Moines, right?
Yes.
Okay. How are we going to manage old associates that are still out there and still using?
I really don't got no more contact with them people. I love it.
Who were they? Friends or coworkers or what?
It was a friend that I used to hang around with. He moved out. I don't know what happened with him, but and then the other one went to the feds, and then he's doing a lot of time with feds, so he's out the picture. And then I ain't got no associates or nobody in the morning to. I can't go say, hey, pick me up or something.
So I understand that you haven't had any contact with him while you've been locked up. But what are you going to do if you're granted a work release, and he shows up, he reaches out, he contacts you? What are you going to tell him to make sure that you don't land right back in the seat that you're sitting in?
Because I already learned my lesson, and I think if I could handle it in here to avoid any drug use or whatever people doing here, I'm pretty sure I could handle it out there, because I lost my father when I was in here, and my mom, and I kind of learned my lesson. I lost a lot since I've been here. My cousin, So
Okay, so you, in the research we did, it says that you have a 10-year-old son.
yes,
Where's your son live?
I couldn't tell you. She moved, she divorced me and lost contact. So I got no clue. I don't even know if they're in Iowa or what.
Have you ever had any outside of the incarceration, any experience with like NA or AA meetings?
I used to I went to Prelude a couple times. I went to a halfway house, and then from there I went to a 3/4 way house, and then we used to do the NA. I prefer NA because that's my drug of choice. You know, I'm a drug addict, so. But I got more in common with NA than anything. But yeah, no more. I do like NA.
You plan on continuing that?
Got to, because I can't go back to the life I was living. I was homeless, living in the car, starving. The day they picked me up, I was glad that was over with.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Dana. Mr. Moses.
Hey, thank you. How you doing this morning, Mr. Perez? I couldn't hear you.
Good?
Oh, okay, you nodded your head. I saw that, but you didn't say it. So I'm trying to make sure. I didn't want to assume your gesture.
No, probably the speaker.
All right. I saw that you completed active.
Yes.
Can you share with us what were some of the takeaways that you received from completing active?
The takeaways. How can you explain it a little bit more better to me?
Okay, so you had active, you had away moves, towards moves, 5 senses, mental experiences, values, things of that nature. You remember that?
It was so long ago that I ain't gonna lie. I got short-term memory loss because I had an aneurysm because of my drug use. So
okay.
I explained to him that, you know, I gotta redo my treatment. I tried to redo it, but it's so long ago that I couldn't tell you nothing.
Okay, I appreciate you sharing that. That helps. One of the things I wanted to ask, what do you feel towards what makes you better today than you were prior to being incarcerated?
That I'm sober and now I can think before I react to anything. Being in prison, they challenged me in here, and then now I know how to handle that situation, without acting with violence or getting out of control with people. What was your question?
What do you value?
Value?
Yeah, what are some things that you value today that maybe you didn't value prior to being incarcerated?
My life, because before I didn't care about nothing, and then now I value everything, my family, my kids, No, I think different nowadays, you know.
Okay. Do you feel you have an idea of where your son might be, your 10-year son might be?
I ain't got no idea, you know.
No idea? Okay. Because when you were talking to my colleague and when you were talking of the history violating the no contact order,
Yeah,
did you know what you were doing?
yeah. You know, she used to let me go and sleep in there, you know, and then I used to spend a couple of days in there. Then she used to get mad at me because I used to get high in the house. But I understand that she was just trying to protect the kids of, you know, and me not getting high around them. So she had to get rid of me, you know. And then I'm not mad at her. I'm actually grateful that she put me here because I needed this. I'm pretty sure I would have been dead already because the things that I was doing out there, was, not that I think about it, it was just out of control.
Did you have any support other than depending on that relationship?
No, that's the thing that I couldn't let go. And at the time, my dad was dying, so he had 6 months to live, and I was going through some things, you know.
I appreciate what you were sharing or have shared. That is helpful. And then that concludes my questions to you. Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. So, Mr. Perez, at this time, before we go into deliberation, if you want the board to know anything further, you have the floor.
You know, I'll be thankful of whatever you decide. I'm pretty sure I'm ready to, you know, start a new life, you know, and I got to depend on myself, not rely on other people, you know, because I got to get it at one point in life, you know, get a job, get a house, and keep a job and stay drug free. That's my goal, you know, if I get released, you know, and stay away from my victim, you know, and that's the only thing I got to say.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. So this time, just sit back. We're going to go into deliberation, make a decision. When we made a decision, I'll come back to you and explain it, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues.
I can go first. Jesse, I think you hit it on the head. You know, when you were going through your list of questions, you know, the domestic and the stalking, and none of us like it. I mean, it's serious business, and you know, we take that to heart when we make tough decisions like this. It seems as though he's figured that out, you know, and I pray that he has, because he can't continue to go down this road, because that will certainly land him right back in prison. I think it's also going to be critical that he continue to address the substance abuse and the mental health, because a lapse in either one of those self-care type items, I mean, he's one bad decision away from, you know, landing back to living in your car. Right. You know, he mentioned starving. You know, he's one bad decision away from landing right back there. And with that, given his history, and there's a lot of violence, granted, a lot of it was younger and some of it was over in Illinois. But that one bad decision probably landed back in prison, you know, if we're going to speak honestly. Yeah. So I think it's going to be critical that he manages that substance abuse and stays sober, you know, finds employment, sticks with it, but continues to work on that mental health. there's no other path for success, in my opinion. So hopefully he takes advantage of the support system, granted by work release at Fort Des Moines. He mentioned Prelude before. I mean, can't go wrong there. Certainly can't hurt, but so I'm going to be in agreement with the DOC's recommendation. And obviously the 48 for the substance abuse, the continued mental health work, 58 prohibition. We can't have that. He's going to have to stay away from anything that could distract him from being successful. So that's my take.
Thanks, very good. James. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, listening to my colleague and listening to the interview and, looking at this particular case, I think we, with our questions, kind of alluded to what's going to be helpful for Mr. Perez, knowing the history. As Jesse mentioned earlier on, talking about some of the nuances took place and what would be helpful for him to, for Mr. Perez, that is, to stay out of trouble is one, maintaining the sobriety and maintaining the non-usage, but also the disconnect from past relationships with gang ties. But Mr. Perez assures that he hasn't had any, and hoping that with this potential transition that he can continue to avoid some of those relationships. He appears to be ready for change, but at the beginner stages of that potential change, and establishing good support will definitely be in his best interest. And it seems that that's what it seemed like that's what he kind of shared with us. The thing that I liked what he said was how he needs to think before he acts. When he was going through with the stalking, very serious type of situation, but he claims to be homeless during that time, claims that some things was going on, and basically he wasn't thinking, didn't have any support from what he shares with us, and trying to understand what that position is like when he wasn't following what was needed, what was expected in the household where his kid was present and following the rules of the victim. So who was trying to work with him. So I'm hoping with some of the things that he shared with us in his apology and thinking that this was in his best interest from what she decided to do and stating that he's not mad at her for what's been done. I liked hearing his testimony and speaking his truth towards that. He's open to treatment. He's open to mental health, and he appears to be open to some new practices. So I too am in agreement, as my colleague mentioned, with DOC's recommendation. I think a PG D3 with the 10B to Fort Des Moines. Is that WRG? Or it's a WRG? I misspoke. Sorry, WRG, C11P to the work release of Fort Des Moines. The 40A with substance abuse, mental health. I know he stated that he didn't know if his family was still around, but wanting to throw out, do we think that there needs to be the GPS out there due to if, let's say, the relationship is around? Is that something that we want to also add to the 40A in addition to? the other stuff, just making sure that we create the safeguards and the protective factor the best we can to monitor some of the movement and transition.
I agree with that.
So the GPS would be one, and then the 58.
Okay, Mr. Perez, you heard my colleagues. You haven't heard from myself yet. I think you had a good interview, but you have a little bit of a long road ahead of you. You know, this is all going to be new and starting out. So I am also in recommendation, or I agree with the recommendation of the DOC to send you to work release. Not only were we able to use this interview as part of our information gathering, but we were able to see the assessments from your counselor, your criminal history, your substance abuse history, your mental health history, treatment history, all those things that we use to come to this decision today. So we are going to send you to work release. We need you to be diligent about your sobriety. That's going to be number one for you. If you didn't like sleeping in your car and you didn't like being hungry and you didn't like, you know what not to do. And that's going to be stay away from the drugs. Some of the codes that you heard us mention was the WRG C11P that gets you to work release. The 40A is a treatment code. Once you get a substance abuse evaluation, even though you haven't used, we just want you to have a baseline, and then your PO is going to UA you most likely. Yeah, so be ready for that as well. We want you to keep addressing your mental health. And also on that 48, we're going to put a recommendation for GPS just because of your charge as a PO. That's what I would always do. If anybody has a stalking charge for the first month or two, just see how things are going. So please don't be resistant to that if that does happen. And also the 58, we want you around zero alcohol, no alcohol period, no liquor stores, no bars, okay?
Yeah,
All right, do you have any questions?
no, thank you.
All right, good luck to you. We wish you well, and that will conclude this interview.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck, Ms. Perez.
Thank you.
Just need a break.
Yeah, I do.
Or Dodge. We're gonna take 5 minutes, okay?
I am adding GPS to that, just so you know. That's perfect.
Right there.
Did we find
Thank you.
Etienne?
Yes, we did.
We did, okay.
I'll apologize for my part in not confirming that he was in the hallway prior, but I'll let you question why he was ultimately not waiting for his interview.
He said he had on camel gear, is what you're saying?
Yes. And it matched his bedspread.
Okay, we'll be back in a second. Just gonna wait for Trish to confirm which way we want to go. Thank you. Okay. We are ready to bring him in whenever you are.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is he right here?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How you doing?
Good, good. Please state your name and your state number.
My name is Iramunda Etienne, 6720592.
Thank you, Mr. Etienne. What happened? We couldn't find you there for a minute.
Yeah, I thought this was gonna happen like around 10:30.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Okay, I'm gonna explain the process. My name is Jesse Rincon. My colleagues today are James Moses and Dana Wingert. We're gonna be conducting this interview. So how this works is I'll start off by asking you to describe the crime in detail. What was going on in your life at that time that brought you to prison? After that, my colleagues and myself might have some questions for you. After we completed our question, I'll ask you if you have anything for the board that you would like us to know. I also have to tell you that this forum is considered to be in a public forum, meaning the public and the media can listen in, but they cannot participate. We can possibly discuss confidential information such as your mental health, your substance abuse, and your medical history. Do you understand this, and are you willing to proceed with this interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of skipped around, but once we're done with our question, we'll go into what's called deliberation, meaning we're going to make a decision. At that time, you just sit back and listen to us. When we come up with a decision, I'll come back to you and explain our decision that we made, okay? So what I want you to do is describe what happened, what brought you to prison, describe the crime, what was going on that day, and take your time.
Yeah, at that time, I was around people who I thought they were my friends. So as we hanging out, we drinking and smoking. So who I thought was my friend, they got out the car and robbed somebody. While they did that, I end up getting involved, trying to protect who I thought was the people that I was hanging with, who I thought they was my friend. I went over there trying to protect them. How I did that, I got out the car. I'm like, what you doing? I'm like, what you doing? What's it called? I'm like, what you doing? The wallet got your fingerprint on because he robbed the person. When he robbed the person, he trying to hand him back the wallet. So that's how I got involved. I'm like, what is you doing? So I went over there trying to grab the wallet back from that person. Like, his wallet got your fingerprint on it. That's how I end up getting involved, thinking that I'm protecting somebody that's who I thought was my friend. Now I got myself in a situation where my parents need me right now. Now I can't be there for my parents. Now I left all the responsibility to my brother, to my little brother, who my little brother need me. Now I can't be there no more. Now my parents, they're like 70 some years old. Now they got me in a situation. Now I'm facing deportation to a place that I don't even have no knowledge about. And that's something that I regret doing right now. Cause now I'm finding ICE. I don't know what to do. My parents, they need me. Like my parents, when I was young, my parents used to tell me, trying to tell me, but I never used to listen. That's why I also kind of appreciate being here, because this time a lot of because the things that I know I would never knew if I would never been in this situation. Right now, it made me help me realize reality, what it is. Now I'm over here like really not knowing like what's gonna happen right now. Because now I'm in this situation. Then I gotta go deal with ICE. Then my parents, they're 70 some years old. And the crazy thing, I got sometimes when they need help, they gotta go through. They gotta go through me, because now my brother is in a whole different state, and he be busy. Now I gotta trying to find a way to get hold of my brother, so my brother can help our parents out with the bills. So now I'm facing deportation. Now to be honest, I don't know what to do now in this situation, because I got myself in a situation that I can't get out of. Now my hands is in ice. My life right now is on ice, because they think about deporting me to a place that I don't have no knowledge about.
Okay, I appreciate that. So first question I have for you, you're saying that the robbery that happened was not planned?
Nah, the robbery was never planned.
And so you didn't realize somebody was robbing someone until it was happening?
Yeah, it was happening.
Did the people you hang out with, did they carry weapons?
Yeah. So they have weapons, but at that time I didn't know that it was going to happen at that time, because I'm thinking that we just finna hang out and we just finna hang out. We got a lady. We had a lady with us, so I'm thinking we finna just hang out and have fun. That it was never planned. It was never planned.
Was you carrying a weapon that day?
No, sir.
Do you have any family? Are you going to Tanzania?
Yeah. From what I'm understanding, then that they're not, because my people they Hutu. They migrate. They're Hutu. They Burundian city. My parents, they're Burundian citizens, but they migrate from Congo due to the Hutu and Tutsi and the Congo genocide to Tanzania. But from my understanding, that Tanzania is not accepting people, refugee people, because they consider me as a Burundian citizen, because my parents are citizens. So they're going by where my parents came from. And I never stepped a foot in Burundi where they might deport me. Even Tanzania, the only thing is my parents make sure that I don't forget my language. Growing up in the household, they make sure that I don't forget my language.
Okay. I read in your evaluation that you were pursuing your AA. Would you still pursue this if you are deported?
AA?
Yeah, for college classes?
Yes, sir. No. If I get deported, because I don't know how it is. I don't know how it is over there. I don't know if I get deported, I don't know if the education is the same. Okay. I don't know when it comes to education, but I was planning on continuing with my AA class.
What kind of work skills do you have?
I work at Tyson. I'm certified. I cut briskets. I'm certified. And I did packages. I work at X-Pack where you pack things, you label things, and pack things and put them on a like crater. And yeah, I'm certified. I'm a butcher. Bush is it butcher when you call me?
Yes.
A butcher certified.
Close,
Certified.
My last question for you, have you ever had a drug or alcohol problem?
Yeah, I was on alcohol. I was drinking a lot. That's something I'm gonna be honest about. I was drinking a lot.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the questions that you did answer for me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues and see if they have any. Dana?
Yeah, so we read the police reports and all did a lot of research before we had this interview today. So tell me what happened to the other folks that were in the car?
They all one of them went home, another one went to a whole different facility, and another one well, I'm hearing another one, I think he went I think he got released and ended up getting picked up again. That's because with them, I really didn't really, because once I find out this is, because when I got in a situation, once I find out the time that it carried, the time that's when reality hit me. Like, well, I'm over here locked up doing 5 years, especially for something that I could as easily avoid. I put myself hang around with, and my parents used to tell me, like, stop hanging. Why you always stop hanging with these people? Why you always hanging with them? And before I even walked out the house, my parents told me, if you step out the house, you're gonna get locked up. And that's exactly what happened. But
so your parents were right.
Yeah, they were right. They told me don't step out. For some reason, they told me don't step outside, don't go outside, stay home today. But I decide not to listen. I step out, then end up in a situation like exactly what they said. That's exactly what happened. But I learned from that. I don't want to be ain't no crime that's worth being locked up, especially for time that you're never gonna get back. Everybody that I grew up with, they all married, got kids. I'm trying to start my own family too.
Okay, so you're 25 years old, and obviously it sounds from your earlier comments that you figured out that your one bad decision has impacted a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
So what have you learned since your incarceration that would make it different next time? You know, if you're ever back in the community, what have you learned? What skills have you acquired since you've been in there that you can assure me that you're not going to land back there again?
Yeah. I learned to be close to my family. I learned to get a job and invest and buy properties for my family. I learned because being here, I learned a lot because I was surrounded by older guys that can motivate me. And I did groups, like life skills.
So what skills did you get from those groups?
From the groups?
Yes. Yes, what skills you have now that you didn't have before?
I would say being a people person and but when it comes to skills, like
what are your values now that maybe weren't in place before you got locked up?
yeah, I value my life, and I value my family, and and the people that I really my life and my family, and also for the people who are around me.
Okay, tell me a little bit about the gang affiliation.
Gang, really, the way I see it, when it comes to gang, the way I see it is dumb. I see that just wasted. I see that I just wasted life. Just be in the gang. All it does is put you in a situation like this or get killed. Like every time I call home, sometimes I call home, they be like, "Oh, somebody just got killed. Somebody just got killed." I don't want to be like that. And that just to me, that's just how I see it. It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, it's been like a waste about 3.5 years, hasn't it? So I think that's all I have for questions, colleagues.
Thank you. Quentin, if you like that.
Thank you. How you doing this morning, Mr. E10?
I'm doing good.
Doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Is it fair to say you're a little nervous?
Yeah, I'm nervous. Yeah, I'm nervous.
Okay. I wanted to back up because what my colleagues been asking is been real pivotal, but real interesting from this standpoint. You recognize that you should have listened to your parents, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were with some friends or so-called friends, I call it, that had associations to guns.
Yeah.
But knowing that you got into a vehicle, knowing that they had guns or associations to, let's say, different ties that creates criminal behavior, you weren't necessarily in the plan for that particular robbery that you're doing the time for. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'm gonna take kind of bit of my action. I know I was wrong. I know I was. The things I also learned from that. Ain't no promise is worth being locked up. I know I messed up. I know, because right now I'm doing I was never gonna get none of this time back. I was never gonna get none of this. I know I heard a lot of people, not just me, people that I love, even the victim. I heard them.
What I'm walking through is the understanding. You love your family, and has your mom or dad or family told you anything wrong prior to these friendships?
Yeah, they did. They did. Every day I talk to him, it will be a good conversation, but they'll always throw it out there because they know now I gotta go face ICE. They will always throw it out there. They'll always throw it out there every day.
Okay. I will share, I'm glad to hear of your values. And I'm hoping with the ICE detainer, we'll see what that transition plan to be. My concern is those former relationships, because you identified them as friends. And you took a chance in your life to jump in the ride with them, knowing I can't put it no other way. They was on some stupid. You took a chance with your life, knowing that they were on some stuff that was not in your best interest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
I like to hear those values. As you told my colleague, you want to continue your AA in education. I think that's very important. But the main challenge when I'm hearing you speak is the friendships that you identify with that should not be your friendships.
Yes, sir.
That is my biggest concern. With that being said, I'm gonna conclude my questions for now.
Any follow-up, Danny?
No, I just have some comments and maybe for deliberation.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Etienne, if you have anything you want the board to know before we go into deliberation, meaning we're going to make a decision, you have the floor.
Yeah. When it comes to like friendship, like I learned, you know, it's not that I learned. I learned, no, also I learned, but I know I'm like I didn't got older. Like hanging around with people, it's a to me, it's a waste of time. Hanging around with people, drinking, smoking, and nothing and nothing. I'm not getting nothing out of that. Now I got family that depend on me. They want me out to help out what we job or whatever I got or whatever they need me on. Like when it come like when it come to friends, when it come to friends, the people that I was associating myself with, they all cut off because they got me in a situation like I don't want to be in a situation like this. I don't want to be in a situation like this. I don't where I gotta be told when to eat, when to sleep. To me, that's not life. That's not. So when it comes to friendship, anybody that put themselves all involved in some negativity, that's not what I want to surround. That's not what I want to surround myself with. I want to surround myself with people that's doing something positive that can also motivate me to do something positive for the people that I love, even for the people that I love, and help me become more productive to my family, to myself, and to the community. I'm not trying to go back home and be the person that I was, because what I was is I was young. I wasn't really thinking. I wasn't really thinking straight. That's why I said I kind of also appreciate the situation that I'm in, because it kind of also opened up my mind and realize what's life.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So at this time, we're going to go to deliberation, like I told you. Just sit back and listen. When we made a decision, I'll come back to you, okay? Thank you. Colleagues, who would like to go first?
I guess the reason I wanted to ask about the gang association and the associates and all that is I don't know what's going to happen with this ICE detainer. I don't know if he's going to get deported or not. I guess, that's not for us to decide. But if he doesn't, he's going to go to the Davenport work release, which is going to land him right back in the environment that he was in before. And I kind of misspoke earlier where I said, you know, when he and I were having the discussion, I said, you know, made one bad decision and, you know, impacted a lot of people. A lot of people suffered for it. Well, that's not necessarily true because he's had some other bad decisions in his past, you know, burglary charges, weapons charges, criminal mischief. I mean, there's a lot to this, and most of it is going to be his decision-making in terms of his associates, the environment he puts himself in. You know, is it really all about the family, taking care of the parents, or is it, you know, hanging out with your gang members and doing your thing? And if he makes the wrong decision there, he's going to land right back where it's at. He's indicated that he's figured that out, seems sincere about it. I hope he is. You know, he mentioned that, you know, the whole gang thing is dumb. You know, it either lands you in prison or gets you killed. That's 100% correct. And, you know, hopefully at age 25, he's figured that out. He made those comments. Those were his comments. You know, and I'm hoping he's sincere about that. You know, having said that, you know, I don't know what the future holds for him. You know, one of two things is going to happen. But regardless, I can support the DOC's recommendation on this.
Thank you. James?
Thank you. Well said. Appreciate that. As you heard, that's my biggest concern. Parole to the detainer is one thing. The transition from whatever that will be is the concern, as you alluded to, going back to familiar grounds where friendships are very prevalent and they don't go away. Especially when you look at the history and the previous involvement on choices and decisions that Mr. Etienne has formally made, that raises, in my situation, the eyebrow and concern. Do I feel that he's capable of terminating those relationships to do the things that he shared with us? I do. He, as you stated, Dana, appeared to be very sincere, recognizing that he made a big mistake. He lost part of his life, but he lost his freedom that he won't be able to get back, which is what he mentioned. He recognizes, at least from sharing with us, that family is very important and that he wished he would have listened to his parents, who have always given him the right advice by his testimony. The thing that I like that he did say as well as work ethic. So looking to establish a job, to have investments or to create investments that will help out his family. So I did like that. And then the other part is the continuing or the willingness for continuing education, to, you know, self-educate himself and being better. So those were some values that I can lean on to be in support of this recommendation, but in agreement with what you shared as well. So therefore, I too am in agreement with DOC's recommendation to parole to detainer. Let's see, the PGD5 with the 10B, the 50A prohibition, the 40A with substance abuse, I think some cognitive, because he's still young, and I hear a thirst for knowledge, and I do feel that the professionals can be helpful with helping him to navigate and sharing some more things that's important towards his continued growth. And feel like I'm leaving something out.
58, you said that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I went around backwards, but I did say the 58 for prohibition.
Okay.
But I think those highlight the codes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Etienne, you haven't heard my vote yet. Before I tell you what my vote is, I want you to understand that this interview is just part of the process of gathering information for us to make a decision. We're able to not only see the evaluation of your counselor, but risk assessments, criminal history, substance abuse, treatment history, and for your case, even gang involvement, okay? I too am going to be in agreement with the DOC recommendation to send you to your ICE detainer. I think that our three main concerns between, and I say three because there's three of us, is that if you are blessed to come back, one thing is, I know you feel helpless right now because of the situation. I see it in you. Say, I don't know what to do. I've read your eval. You sit there and you feel helpless. Don't forget that feeling if you do get to come back, because if there's any other incidences, it'll be real bad. So I encourage you to start now and invest in yourself and do those things that we hope that you can do. You're starting to figure it out. It's just to keep it in motion. So with that, the codes that you heard us say was the PGD5 that gets you to your ICE detainer. The 10B gets you to work release if they do not deport you. The 40A is a treatment code. We believe that if you do come back, we want you to engage with your substance abuse and some cognitive classes to help you with whatever you encounter. And the 50A is for no drinking alcohol, period. No liquor stores, no bars, okay? We wish you well. We hope everything goes smoothly for you. Like I said, don't forget how it feels to feel helpless if you do get another chance at this. So wish you well. That will conclude this interview.
Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Etienne.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, that was number 2, brought to tears by your words. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Stacy.
Good morning.
Good morning, board.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Right. I think we got Mr. Powell up, correct?
We have Miss, what's that? I'm here for Mr. Sawyer.
Here for Mr. Sawyer, all right? A little bit out of order, that's fine. Let me just adjust here quickly.
No problem, take your time.
Go ahead. I got one. They were just in a different order on my sheet. Okay, now I think I got the right sheet out now. Is there anything new or anything changed from the evaluation you submitted on Mr. Sawyer?
Nothing has changed from the original recommendation to parole the interstate compact to his father's house in Chicago.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions?
No, sir.
All right, sounds like we're ready to roll.
Raymond.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Could you please state your full name and your state ID number for me?
Ronald Ali Sawyer, 615-4680.
Okay. My name is Dana Wingert. To my left is James Moses. To the far left, your far right is Jesse Rincon. We are the 3-member Iowa Board of Parole that will be doing your interview today, okay?
Okay.
Before we get started, I'm going to run through some information and kind of explain to you how this is going to work today. So first of all, it's important for you to understand that this Zoom interview is considered a public forum. That means that members of the public or the media are able to listen to this interview today. However, they're not able to participate. And during this interview, we might talk about personal and confidential information like your medical history, mental health history, substance abuse history, any discipline history that you have, or other confidential information. You understand that we might talk about some of those things today?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to still have this interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough. Before we decided to have this interview with you, the board reviewed information from your counselor. We were also able to see a lot of other information, things like your criminal history, documents from your criminal case, your behavior while in prison, and the treatment classes that you've done. This interview is only a small part of the investigation that we'll use to be making our decision. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how this will work today is we're going to ask you some questions, and then myself, my colleagues will have some may have some follow-up questions to any statements that you make. When we're done with the question and answers, we'll give you an opportunity to tell anything that you prepared today or anything maybe that we missed during the interview. You'll have an opportunity. The floor will be yours at that point. Once that is completed, we'll go into what we call deliberations, which you'll just sit back and relax, and we're going to discuss the interview and some of the research that we've done and come to a decision. During those deliberations, you'll be able to hear that discussion. You won't be participating in the discussion, but you'll be able to hear our conversation. Once that's completed, then we'll come back to you and we'll discuss what our decision is.
All right.
That all make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready to get started?
I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a little nervous today, but yes, I'm
okay.
ready.
All right. Understandable. Understandable. So just take a deep breath and relax if you can. Let's just start with tell me about the crime that you committed that landed you in prison. Tell me a little bit about what was going on in your life at that time and what was going on that day and why are we here today?
Well, at that time in my life, I was on drugs bad, like doing ecstasy pills and stuff like that. And me and my ex-girlfriend at the time, we were kind of like bumping heads and stuff like that. So I made a bad decision to go. Me and her had got into it that morning, into an argument, a bad argument, because of the people that she chooses to hang with. So I went over drunk, ecstasy, just real out of my mind to go looking for her. I kicked in the door, at her friend's door, demanding where she was at. I had bad intentions, but I didn't put my hands on anybody. I was just doing a bunch of yelling, screaming, and, just making dumb decisions while my mind was altered. And so that landed me in prison today.
Okay, so what's the, so you say it was your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
What's the relationship like today?
Oh, we're not talking anymore.
Okay. There's no contact order in place, correct?
That was her friend.
That was her friend?
Yes, the no contact order. Her name is Annie. I don't remember her last name, but I know her first name is Annie.
Annie?
Yes, that's her friend.
Okay. So since you've been locked up, you've had an opportunity to attend some programming. It looks like you've completed active, and have you completed your high set? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Given the nature of the crime, the reason that you landed in prison, give me a few things that you've learned from active, that you've learned that you know now that you didn't know back in 2021.
Well, for starters, like my core values, learning to put, like, my core values is my freedom and my family. So I use like toward moves and away moves. So the move that I did to land me in prison, that's like a away move. It's going away from my values. It's stringing me away from my values. And yeah, so that's something that I did learn in active. The most important thing that I learned since I've been here.
Okay. As we're doing our research, when we looked at this evaluation, the recommendation from the Department of Corrections is to parole to your dad's house in Chicago, Illinois. Tell me a little bit about the support system that you're going to have in Chicago that's going to help you grow, develop, and help you with decision making.
Well, for starters, my dad, he has been in prison before, but he's been having his life on track. He's driving trucks. He got his commercial driver's license. So he's experienced these things, and he don't want for me to continue to make this a habit of life. And my mom, she always been in my corner, and just seeing her stress and, steady supporting me through my down times is an influence for me to be more positive in my community and in my family life as well. Because my brother, he got cerebral palsy, but it's sad. Every time I come here, they're sad, And I'm tired of like hurting my family. I'm not just hurting myself, my freedom. I'm also hurting the people that loves me. So that's going to influence me to continue to do better and get my life together when I get out.
Okay, what What encouraged you to complete your high set while you were in there? What drives you for that self-improvement when you didn't have to?
Well, for one, I know to survive on this earth, I gotta have an education. Second, I need to acquire a skill so I can be a good asset at someone's company. So I know I had to get me that was the mandatory thing that I had to get in order for me to improve, elsewhere in my life, like as far as welding. And I also want to get my CDLs too, my commercial driver's license, because when I was just out, I didn't have a license. And another reason why I eluded the police is because I didn't want to come to jail and because I didn't have a license. So me getting my CDLs, it's like I'll be legit, with my license and also making money for something I love to do, and that's the drive.
Okay. Are there any associates in Chicago that you're going to need to avoid? Any old friends over there?
Of course. Yeah, it's a few, but we don't have the same mindset. So like I said, I got to keep my core values in check and understand that it'll be a way move hanging with the same old crowd that led me to where I'm at now.
Beautiful. Excellent. I think that's all I have for right now. I'm going to go to my colleagues here and see if they have some questions for you. Mr. Moses?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Dana. First off, how you doing, Mr. Sawyer?
I'm okay. I'm all right.
Okay. Nerves kind of settling down a little bit?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're doing good, by the way. I will interject that. And I want to start off by saying that's a big time accomplishment. You having the willingness to complete your high set. Very good job keeping yourself busy doing the things that you have control of.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, what you gained and appreciated about active, you're sharing, especially acknowledging your core values. I believe you said freedom and family were the core. So that was nice to hear. But within that, it seemed like you had a little bit more to share. And so if there were any other values that line up with your core that you share with us, those two, would you be willing to share some of those other values that you feel you have?
Yes. Well, the other values that I had is like just staying employed, keeping myself busy, motivated as far as getting my education and stuff like that, because that's the only thing that's going to keep me disciplined and grounded and improving in life. So another thing for those are just my short-term goals, by the way. So my long-term goals is, I come from the south side of Chicago. I want to be able to reach out to the youth, be a life coach for them, get like a basketball team, like a little league for the kids, and teach them that they don't have to commit crimes to be cool, because there's a lot of peer pressure in the community. And, I'm a living testimony of what they're experiencing or before they experience it, So I want to be able to reach out to them and let them know that there's other ways to make it besides, follow the leader and, just committing crimes, things like that.
You've answered actually a lot of the things. I was just curious to know what your other values are, and you shared that openly. So I'm going to conclude my questions, but thank you for the ones you did answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rincon?
Yeah, thank you. Good day to you. How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good, thank you. First, I want to commend you. You paid attention to active class, which is really refreshing because I facilitated that class for about 10 years, and that you really grasped onto some of the key points, and especially pointing out your values and towards moves, being in service of your values. It's real important to understand that. what was your relationship with your PO? And the reason I asked, because it looks like whoever was he or she that worked with you really worked with you. They were trying to get you to figure things out. What happened?
Well, my surroundings, I was around the wrong person. The woman who I was around, we wasn't clicking all the way. So it threw my focus off into what my main thing, like it threw me away from my goals. And when I started going the other way, from that, me and her not getting along, it's like I just stayed on that path, the path to destruction. So he was trying to work with me, but at that time, I guess you can say I was not ready.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. So the person that has the NCO right now, her name's Annie Tootson, right? That was the person who was there when you entered the home, correct? Annie?
Yes.
So my question to you is, and remember that you've already went through this case, you've been tried, convicted, all that. But I want to know if LaShonda Sykes was there that day. I mean, this could have been a real different outcome. What was your intent if she was there on that day?
Honestly, I don't even know. I was just going off impulse, going off rage, I didn't have no intentions to hurt anyone, but who knows? Because my mind was altered. But I look at it as a blessing that she wasn't there,
Right. I appreciate that, accent. So in active class, and it sounds like you paid good attention, they talk about a timeout plan, meaning that what do you do when you're frustrated or you've encountered something that's tough to handle mentally at that time? What is your timeout plan for you?
Currently, right now, or back then?
Right now.
Right now, well, see, as of right now, I exercise. I talk to family that's positive for me on the phone. I tell them, I express to them the things that I'm going through, and they talk to me and remind me to keep my head up and to understand that everything in life is not going to be perfect. I seek help from my counselor right here. I ask them, certain things that I'm going through. My psychologist, I talk to her and ask for advice, and I just journal. I write out all my bad ideas that I had in my mind, whatever was making me mad, my good positive ones. I put them all on paper. I scan through them, and everything that was negative, I scratch it out, and it makes me feel better.
That's excellent. That's really good. And journaling is a great tool to use to sort out your thoughts, because sometimes we write things in anger or in emotion and it's really not what we meant, but it's how we felt at the time. And it's good to distinguish the two. And by crossing those things out, like you say, that's a good tool. I appreciate that. My last question, thank you. My last question for you is, how have you spent your time in prison? What's your routine, your program?
I get up, I pray in the morning, I wake up, do my hygiene, brush my teeth, wash my face. I'll watch the news for a minute just to see what's going on in the world. Come out, exercise. After I'm finished exercising, come back in. I might go back, take a shower, lay back down. Like, I try to isolate myself a lot away from all the riffraff that's going on in the prison. So I can, remain humble and remain positive, because I see it's a couple brothers that want good for themselves, and it's a lot that's just like kind of stuck and don't know what they want. So I try to basically stay to myself and just call my family and, stay positive. And like I said, just journal every day.
So would you say that, because Dana asked you a really good question about you're going back to Chicago and you might encounter some people, and you were honest. You said, yeah, of course, they're out there. They might come back and call on me, whatever. Do they know what you're on now? Do
Yes,
they understand? Have you explained that to some of them, or they know, hey, I'm trying to get this right?
yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Not gonna let them interfere with it because my mother, like I said, my mother, my brothers and sisters, like they looking for something different. They're gonna support me regardless. But I don't like seeing them hurt and pain without me. My cousin, he's having a baby shower this month. No, he want me to be there. Like I missed a lot of events. I missed my mother being married at her ceremony. Like I missed a lot. And I cannot continue to put them through that and myself missing things in life. Like it's more to life than just being present and making bad decisions, steady, constantly making the same bad decisions that's constantly leading me to present, you know?
Good answer. And I have no more questions. And thank you for paying the attention you did in active class. Pretty impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Jesse. So, Mr. Sawyer, this is an opportunity for you to share anything you want to share with the board. If you have something prepared or just some thoughts, kind of a closing statement from you before we go into deliberations.
Well, first and foremost, God bless. And I appreciate that you guys took your time to listen to what I had to say today and see that I am improving and I am trying. You know, life is not easy, but I'm trying. And this right here, this is the last time y'all will ever see me. Last time. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. So now we're gonna have a discussion and come to a decision. You can sit back and relax. You'll be able to hear the conversation, but not participate in it. And then we'll get back to you with our findings. Sound good?
Okay. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you. Colleagues, comments?
Yeah, I can start. I can go ahead and do this. I thought this was an impressive interview. I really enjoyed listening to Mr. Sawyer. You can tell that he really applied himself during the time that he was present, being in the institution. As we noted, completing active, but also a high set is a tremendous accomplishment. You can tell in just listening to him, there's another thirst, and the thirst to live right and to do better. And that was, I thought, was carefully and importantly stated when he shared with us what his core value was, family and freedom and stuff. But I also like some of the other stuff, his work ethic, which he had to have, in order to complete some of the things that he accomplished. The relationship he valued, they sound like with this current CO who is present with us. You like hearing from inmates that do internalize that importance that, is being shared. And he seems to have taken, well, I'll call it, he sponged a lot of that information. So that's good to see and recognize. And he has some plans. He shared with us some short-term goals. He shared with us some long-term goals. He shared the importance in the relationship of his parents and what they mean to him. And, his dad, even though his dad has had some history, but wanting him to, wanting to be helpful and wanting him to be better than what he has showcased in past and previous decisions that he made that landed him here. I also appreciated him being transparent, giving us kind of like an illustration or understanding of the state of mind he was in when he went to the person's house and victimized the particular victim, but in pursuit of the relationship, knowing how I'll say toxic it was, and recognizing that that just was not the best relationship, and that he was high in his emotions with his anger, but he wasn't, necessarily, really looking to intent. It was just more so expressing himself and expressing the hurt he felt, knowing and recognizing that that was a bad move, and it could have spiraled out of control had she been there and was present. So with all of that being said, I am in agreement with DOC's recommendation. So the PG D55 for the interstate compact to his dad, his parents in Illinois, as well as the 40A with substance abuse, cognitive. He also shared, and maybe we don't have to put it or consider it, but he just talked about working with the counselor, working with therapy, and just being able to talk through with somebody, and first thing that came to mind was, who is the mentor outside of his family support and that kind of relationship, so mental health could be useful, just as an evaluation, just to further continue that growth, so that he's checking in and doing those things that help to maintain his balance towards the direction we're looking for him to head, but the direction and what he shared with us. So the substance abuse, the mental health, still young enough for the cognitive. If that interests you all, we can look at that. But if not, then I will definitely respect what each of you have to say. And then the 50A, just the prohibition.
All right, thank you, Jesse.
Alrighty, so I thought this guy had a great interview. I don't think he even knows his full potential that he can tap into. He's at a point in his life right now where good things can really happen for him. Isolation, what he says he does, because I asked him what his daily routine's like. It was important to me because isolation can be an away move in a way, in a negative way, and it can be a towards move. In his case, it's a towards move because he's trying to protect what he values. He doesn't want to get involved with what's around him. So I understand that part. I think he retained what he needed to retain to help him out in the streets with active class. So overall, I thought it was a good interview. So I'm going to be in agreement with the PGD 55 to Illinois, same post James says, and I would agree with the five.
All right. Thank you. All right, so you heard from my colleagues, and I'm going to just share a little insight from my perspective of this interview. First of all, I place a tremendous amount of value on the opinions of my colleagues, because not only are they incredibly insightful, they're also extensively experienced. They've both been EOs in the past, and then have spent, time on the board. So that might make some of the questions they ask make sense to you, because they know what they're talking about. And I agree with their opinion in this interview. I thought it was a good interview. I thought it was, you come across as a very mature 32-year-old. I agree with them. I think all the success that you're after is in front of you, and now it's just up to you. We talked about some treatment codes, and I'll explain those to you. The PG D55, that's just parole to your dad's in Chicago, out-of-state parole. And then the 40A, the substance abuse, obviously that played an impact in your crime, right? So that just makes sense. That we'd have that substance abuse evaluation done. The mental health, incredibly important, right? Your mental health, if that's not right, that could lead to substance abuse, and vice versa. So that's part of that 40A code. And then the cognitive, and I think the cognitive falls in line with your personal goals anyway. to further your education. So we're going to place that on there as well. Now you look at those three and those all, and then a 50A, and that's an alcohol prohibition. We don't want you in bars that primarily serve alcohol. We don't want you in liquor stores. So if you look at these codes, and this is kind of the insightful nature of my colleagues here, they all fall in line with your goals because you're talking about the CDL, right? So, yes. I mean, the alcohol is going to be, that's going to be a no-no. The substance abuse is going to be a no-no. I mean, and then that continued, growth in your education is going to be necessary for that CDL. So everything that we put in place kind of falls in line with what you've told us you want to become. So that's our decision today. We're going to agree with the Department of Corrections and do an interstate compact parole to your dad's house in Illinois. We appreciate the interview and we wish you well.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Take care now. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. God bless.
You too.
Thank you, board.
Good job, Jeff.
Okay, Esther, do we need to switch screens or something? I think Ashley. Hold on.
Yes, sorry. Christy Halber's in a different unit, so she'll need to be the panelist.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's talk about
Yes, good morning.
Hi, we just need a couple more minutes and we'll be right
No
back.
worries, no problem.
Thanks.
Good morning. We ready to roll?
Good morning, I'm ready.
Is there anything in the evaluation, anything new or additional that we need to know about?
The recommendation, I believe, remains the same. Mr. Powell is currently in administrative segregation for an investigation. He's not had a report be written yet, but it is important probably to know that he is under investigation.
Anything significant?
I do not know the status of the investigation. I apologize. I should have checked. I can run over and see if I could grab some information about the status quickly, if you like.
Yeah, that might be helpful just to make sure that we have everything that we need to make an informed decision.
Okay, give me just one moment. I apologize.
No worries.
Okay, I do apologize. I just spoke with the sergeant that handles the investigations.
If it's sensitive information, if you'd rather send it in an email, that's fine. Just so you know, Kristen.
Oh, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
They just said he's under investigation for a K2 incident, and that it is likely that it may result in a formal discipline report.
Hey, C committee.
All right. We'll go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Any questions, colleagues?
No, sir. I don't.
Go ahead and bring him in.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead to the middle one there. I have pulled forward for you. There you go. So they can see you a little better.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Powell.
Good morning, sir.
You might have to speak up just a little bit so the microphone picks you up. But as we get started here, please state your full name and provide your state ID number, please.
David Powell Jr., 619-4328.
All right, thank you. My name is Dana Wingert. To my immediate left is James Moses. To his left is James Rincon. We make up the 3-member parole board panel that will do your interview today, okay?
Okay.
So I'm gonna lay down some ground rules and kind of how this is gonna go. So first of all, you need to understand that this interview is a public forum. What that means is that members of the public and the media can listen to this interview, but they're not able to participate. During this interview, we might ask and talk to you about personal information, such as medical history, mental health history, substance abuse, disciplinary history, or other confidential matters. Do you understand that we might discuss some of those things today?
Yes, sir.
Having that in mind, do you wish to proceed with this interview?
Yes.
Okay. So before we decided to have this interview with you, we reviewed information from your counselor. We also were able to look at other information, things like your criminal history, documents from your criminal case, your behavior in prison, and the treatment classes that you've done. This interview is only part of our investigation and the decision on whether or not to grant your release. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at the when we're done asking questions of you, we'll let you make one final statement, anything that you'd like to share with us, maybe something you prepared or just some final thoughts on your behalf. And then we'll go into what we consider deliberations, where we'll have a discussion about what decision we're going to make. At that time, you'll be able to hear that conversation. You won't participate in that conversation. Then when we're done, I'll get back to you and tell you what our findings are. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll get started. So tell us why we're here. Let's tell me about the crime. Tell me about what was going on that day, what was going on in your life. Why are we here today? How did you land in prison?
I landed in prison on burglary in the 3rd degree and false imprisonment and criminal mischief. And the date I can't really fully recall. It was like 2 years ago. I was on probation. I violated my probation. At first, I was facing a domestic abuse strangulation and a false imprisonment, and I played it out to false imprisonment and some no contact orders, and that's what landed me in here.
Okay, explain the crime.
With the burglary or false imprisonment?
Explain what you did. I want the details, not just the charges.
All right. On the burglary, I went into the guy's house. I took some things that I shouldn't took, that wasn't mine. I took his TV and his bike and stuff like that.
Okay, now how about the false imprisonment?
The false imprisonment, I basically held Justin Geisenhower against our ability to do anything or make any phone calls, hold her against her will.
Okay, if you were originally charged with domestic, there had to have been some kind of physical assault that occurred. Explain that.
So as I was holding her down or whatever, and like holding her against her will, basically it was a domestic abuse, like you said. I held her down, and as of me holding her and kind of shaking her a little bit, and it left bruises on her arm. They say on her neck, but there was never no bruises on her neck. That's why that charge actually got dropped. So actually, I'm taking full accountability. Like it was, she basically was. Well, I pushed out the bed and was shaking her, and actually, punched her in her arm a couple times, and that's about it. So, I mean, that don't sound too good, but that's what happened.
Okay, so what programming have you completed that you think will help you if and when you're eventually released into the community?
I want to say adapt, and I'm gonna kind of explain a little into detail. Adapt, it kind of helped me understand like my 5 senses of my emotions, that I know that when I'm starting feeling sad, angry, mad, but adapting and knowing to like paying attention to my body sweating, being, sweating, nervous, different breaths. I learned that those are big triggers that was towards my behavior of me reacting to how I react, as of using those things and learning about goals and building, a foundation with structure, where I have those goals set in place to where I'm working out, I'm doing things to prevent from being detrimental in any type of way to myself and to others. That learning to build my goals, and then like when I'm going through my situations, being mad, sad, being okay with them, but being more open and communicating about them to my support system and the people I care about, and just letting them know, which actually I think was a big step I learned, basically communicating more and stop holding stuff in so it bothers over. And it get to me to where I started sweating, feeling like I can't control myself. So yeah, being able to identify myself as a person would really help a lot, I think.
Okay, so you mentioned self-control. Were you under the influence of anything when any of these crimes were committed?
No, I wasn't under the influence when these crimes was committed. Actually, on the burglary, yes, I was under the influence of marijuana.
Marijuana, any other drugs that you've used in the past?
No.
How about drinking?
I don't have a drinking problem, just smoking problem.
Yeah, but I mean, do you use alcohol?
Nah, I'm like occasionally, and I don't even like drinking. So yeah, that's not my thing.
Okay, so smoking a little weed. No other drugs?
No.
Nothing other than weed?
Nothing other than weed.
So what kind of, if the board decides today that you're going to be released with the residential facility in Fort Dodge, what kind of support system do you have in Fort Dodge, Iowa?
I actually don't have no support in Fort Dodge, Iowa. All my support system is like in Chicago, Illinois, and Hammond, Illinois, I think. I can't. And so what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to get set up with like a therapist, like someone I can talk to, so I can have and kind of use my parole officer as a support system.
Okay, I'm going to conclude my questions for now, and I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. And Jesse?
Yeah. Hello, how are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Good. So I was reviewing the evaluation that your counselor submitted, and you are a C commit, correct?
Oh, what? I can hear you.
C commit?
B commit?
C commit. That means you've been to prison numerous times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up because it makes us take pause and like, what's going on? How come behavior hasn't changed? All those questions go through our minds. What have you done to work on that?
I've been going to YMAP too, Young Men's Awareness Program, and like we be talking about, what would I do to change? What would I do to be aware of what's going on with me and understanding how can I change me, knowing that change is scary, but I know that's what I want, just building a better structure, building a foundation off of structure, some type of structure environment, you know. And
So speaking to your counselor before you came on screen, stated that you are currently in ad seg and you're currently in handcuffs, correct?
yes.
So what do you think the outcome is going to be after they do their investigation?
I think what it's going to be, I should be getting released from when they get done with their investigation.
I understand that, but what do you think the outcome is going to be? They're going to find you guilty, not guilty?
I think not guilty.
What makes you say that?
Because of the simple fact of basically they saying I did something I didn't do, which I admitted to what I did do as of use somebody else's phone, like admit to my wrongs, you know, being straight up and straightforward to the guys right off the bat and trying to let them know that I don't have nothing to hide.
Okay. So you took active class, correct? Or IDAP, both those classes. Explain me the difference between the five senses world and the mental experience world.
The five senses world, okay, the mental, okay, I'm gonna start with the five senses. The sense, the smell, touch, look, hear, smell, touch, look, hear. And
That's fine. Let me help you out a little bit. And there's a point that I wanted to make here. It's okay. In the five senses world, it's everything you see, smell, touch, feel, hear. Those are your five senses, what goes on. The mental experience, the reason they compare the two is because sometimes when we have thoughts, we fill in the blanks with bad information because we don't have the answer. So what have you done for yourself when you're in a situation and you don't know all the information, but you want to react? What have you learned to do in those kind of situations?
Stop, think about like my goals, what I value most, my job, and understanding like what it can cause and causes and effect, what harm it can do to myself and my mother and family members and stuff like that. And just being someone that's, I know I got to be someone that's more responsible. I feel that's big.
All right. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Mr. Moses?
No, actually, he shared a lot of the information that I needed that answered my question, Mr. Powell. No questions.
Okay. I just have one follow-up question, Mr. Powell. And we talked about this. This isn't your first time in prison, right? You know, you're 36 years old. What makes, you know, if we decide to release you into the community, what makes this time different?
What makes this time different? Me being in a structured environment, me getting the help me putting in the legwork and getting the help that I need. Me being able to take and use the tools that I get for the world to be out there and, you know, just live as a correctful citizen, you know, just doing what's right, changing my ways, working on, just me keep working on changing and to keep trying to push forth for that change and not, you know, and not to look back towards of, you know, my past and just try to adapt to the better and wanting better in life.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. So now's the time. The floor is yours. If there's anything you'd like to add that we haven't asked you, feel free to share that with us. If you have anything prepared that you'd like to share with the board before we go into deliberations, now's the time.
I really don't have nothing much to say, but thank you and have a great afternoon.
Okay, well, just hang tight. We're not quite done with the interview. So we're going to go into deliberations. We're going to have a discussion. You can sit there, relax and listen to our discussion, and then we'll get back to you with our findings, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Ollie?
Yeah, I actually can go ahead. Yeah, I mean, you know, as we heard prior to, there's that concern. And you know, that situation is pending. Mr. Powell shared with us what he believes the outcome will be, whatever that outcome will be. And looking at it, it definitely creates a pause. But then when I look at the TDD of October 13th of 25, doesn't allow him the time on the back end for the services that we want in place to evaluate and continue to evaluate his transition. One of the things that stuck out when you just asked him the question here, Dana, and he shared, tried to be as transparent, but within his, you know, own voice, how he wanted to utilize that support, follow the rules better, basically, than what he was, and open to the things that would be helpful for him in transitioning back out into the community. The other thing is that he was able to share some things that, you know, was significant in IDAP, but active, as Jesse pointed out, when asking him some questions, although he didn't get the mental experiences maybe as clear as we might have liked it, but he knew the five senses. And he knows that he hadn't made a lot of the best decisions in his past, but he seems to be open to change. And those are the things that we want to see highlighted, especially with someone that is looking to transition back out in the community. I believe at this time, with transitioning back, he's not opposed to the structure, which is what he himself said that he needed, that can, you know, help keep him on the path that could be helpful towards his transition. So in this particular case, I'm in agreement with DOC's position, or excuse me, DOC's recommendation with the PG D3. Do we do a 10B with this? That's okay. So a PG, a D3 with a 10B, 40A with substance abuse. Still want that eval, although the back end is a short amount of time, but still want him to comply. As he shared with you, I believe, Dana, that, you know, weed, THC, marijuana has been his, you know, issues, and wanting him to regulate those issues, because those definitely will get him into trouble. And the 50A, although he said alcohol is not his thing, we still want it in place because of the environment. And we don't want Mr. Powell in that kind of environment.
All right, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I was on the fence looking at this because of behavior, because of being a C commit, everything. If I'm going to be truthful, it's his TDD that's going to probably pull him out of this for me, because if he had more time on the back end, I'd probably be in denial. But I am going to go with the DOC recommendation. James stated perfectly. It's we want to get those services that we want to get in that time that he has. So be it. So I'm going to be in agreement with the DOC recommendation PGD3 with a 10B, 40A for substance abuse.
All right, Mr. Powell, you heard some of the comments from my colleagues. Now I'm going to share with you my thoughts. I agree with both my colleagues, but I want to touch again on a point that my colleague Jesse made. If it wasn't for the TDD, I'm not sure I would be in favor of this. And had I known last week or 2 days ago about the current investigation that's going on, we wouldn't be having this interview, probably. You're scheduled to TDD in October. So then my decision point comes, what good does it do to just have you sit? I think you've completed everything you're going to complete. So having said that, we're gonna go with the recommendation from the Department of Corrections, and they spend time with you. They know you best, and I'm going to explain some of the codes that we talked about. It's going to be a PGD3. The code 10B that just gets you to the residential facility, an administrative code. The 40A code that we talked about, it's going to be a substance abuse evaluation. We talked about the weed, how that was an issue for you. So we're going to require that substance abuse evaluation. And then the 50A is an alcohol prohibition. I asked you about the drinking. You said you don't have a drinking problem. That's not necessarily your thing. But that prohibition will keep you out of the environments where there may be other temptations. So there'll be no liquor stores, no bars where the primary source of revenue is alcohol. You can still go into restaurants and serve beers, but no nightclubs where the source of income is primarily alcohol. You need to stay out of those environments. Your support system is going to be this residential facility. You indicated that you don't have any family here, and we think with those codes on there and those restrictions, that we can do our best to set you up for success. By helping you stay out of those environments where the temptations may be there. So that concludes our interview. So you'll be transitioning at some point here to the residential facility. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
All right.
Thank all three of you guys.
Thank you. Good luck, Mr. Powell.
Good luck.
Take care, Chris. I coded that for.
Thank you.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Just a second, Aaron.
I agree with you.
We can hear you, we can see you, Aaron. We just need a few seconds, okay?
Okay, no, it's fine. I was just trying to figure out why it seems so dark this time on my end. versus all the other time with the same.
Wave your arms around it or something.
It's just the ambiance you have in your room.
It looks better.
Dark. Yeah. Try this. There we go. Better. All right. Well, I'm ready when you guys are.
Morning, Aaron. Can you hear us okay? I think you're muted on your end.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, there we go. Anything new or additional on Malachi?
Nothing new updated from when it was reported. He's still he's in long-term PC back here. I can let him explain that if he needs to. He's been no negative reports or anything on his end back here. He's been a positive guy, just working towards things he needs to do to get out of prison. He's working his job and staying appropriate. So he's done trying everything he needs to back here, just doing his time.
So he's in PC, you say?
Yes, sir.
I guess I missed that. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know how I missed that. What was that for?
I believe it's for SCG. So when he was at his last institution, they were kind of using him, and so it's kind of why he had his last two major reports there. And he kind of said enough was enough, and so he checked in, and they transferred him here. After I don't know if he did 6 months at Clarenda.
Yep, I guess I did see that.
Or they transferred him here. So he'll be 1 year report free, I think, here at the end of the month. His last one was Fort Hooch, I think it's about a year ago. But he kind of relates that to how they were just kind of using him to hold everything and be the middleman for it.
All right. So no, you haven't had any problems with him on your end then?
No, not one bit.
Okay. Excellent. Colleagues, anything for Aaron?
No, sir, I don't.
All right, Aaron, I think we're ready to roll. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name and your state ID number, please?
Malachi Carlos Montez, number 6666197.
All right, Mr. Montez. My name is Dana Wingert. To my immediate left is James Moses. To his left is Jesse Rincon. We make up the 3-member panel of the Board of Parole that'll be conducting the interview today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before we get started, I'm gonna go through some things for you. First of all, it's important to you to know that this Zoom meeting is considered a public forum. What that means is that members of the public or the media are able to listen to this interview, but they are not able to participate. During this interview, we're going to talk about some personal and confidential information like your medical history, mental health history, substance abuse history, any discipline, and other confidential information. Do you understand that we may talk about these things today?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish to still proceed with the interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we decide to have this interview with you, the board reviewed information from your counselor. We were also able to see a lot of other information, things like your criminal history, documents from your criminal case, your behavior while incarcerated, and the treatment classes that you've done. This interview is only a small part of the investigation that will lead to our eventual decision. So what we'll do is we're going to have questions for you. You'll answer those to the best of your ability. At the end of those questions, we'll give you an opportunity to make a statement. Anything that you've prepared for the board or anything maybe that we have not discussed during the interview that you want us to know. We'll essentially give you the floor and you can tell us anything that's on your mind there. At that point, you'll sit back and listen as we go into deliberations. And what that means is we're going to discuss this interview along with the research we've done and come to a decision. Once we've reached that point, I will get back with you and I will tell you what our findings are. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Any questions before we get rolling?
No, sir.
All right. Okay, Mr. Montez, why don't we start by you telling us why we're here? Tell me about the crime, the details of the crime, what was going on that day, and what was going on in your life that led to your incarceration.
So I had 3 charges: of criminal mischief in the 1st degree, criminal mischief in the 2nd degree, and a 3rd degree burglary. I was highly under the influence of drugs, and I allowed my anger and emotions to control my actions. I tipped over some headstones. I damaged my children's mom's car. I broke into her house to take back some of my stuff. I was at the lowest point of my life. My mom had just passed away. I didn't know how to control my emotions, nor did I ever know how to express my feelings. It was always just anger, and I lashed out at people that had no reason to be heard. And if I can go back, I wish I could. I can't, and I gotta keep moving forward.
Okay, so let's go ahead.
I just want to be a better man for my kids.
Okay, let's elaborate a little bit on the substance abuse. What kind of drugs were you using, and how often were you using them?
Every day. I was addicted to meth. I had been on a 2-week bender. I ate like 20-some Xanax. I was drinking, and I was just not in the right frame of mind.
Okay, so were you employed at the time?
I had been working for a little bit, but then I started using, and then it just went downhill.
What kind of work were you doing?
Factory, XL trailers, building specialized trailers.
Go ahead.
I was doing other factory work, production line work.
Okay, what's the longest period of sobriety short of being incarcerated?
8 months.
Okay, 8 months. And at what age did it start?
My drug abuse or the sobriety?
The drug abuse.
When I was 9, I smoked marijuana for the first time. And then when I was 11, I tried meth. And then throughout the years, it's always been whatever is there I've tried.
Okay. So when these crimes occurred, thinking back on that, was there a level of influence from drugs that was part of these, or what's the likelihood of that?
My actions, I mean, I understand I was under the influence, and I allowed myself to react in a way that I shouldn't have reacted. I've learned to understand my emotions and my feelings and talk about them and ask for help. I wish I would have asked for help back then.
Okay, so the burglary was you broke into the home of children's mother, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about that relationship. do you have a relationship with her? And then beyond that, what's the relationship with your kids?
Me and my children's mother, we do have a relationship. I have a letter of support from her from a year ago that she had wrote. I see my kids on video visits when she's able to. She works a full-time job, so it's hard for her to set up a scheduled visit after 4 o'clock because of so many people's visits. I've met my son 2 times in person. My daughter I've met a few times. I talk to him on the phone a couple times a week.
Okay, so what town do they live in?
Manchester.
Okay, same town?
Yes, yes, sir. I wrote something that I wanted to read to you guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
Yes, absolutely. But when we're done with the questions, I'll turn it over to you. Okay, and we'll get back.
Sorry about that.
No worries. We're looking forward to hearing it. I think that's all I have for now. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have some follow-up questions for you. James or Jesse?
You can go. Ready. Go ahead. He was ready. Okay. I only have like 2 questions. It says that in your evaluation from your counselor that you completed numerous packets identifying your triggers dealing with substance abuse. What have you identified as some of the triggers?
My thought process and thinking, seeing people that are under the influence and thinking that because they're doing it, I should be doing it. Now I can control it and I can't.
So basically, for you to be around it is dangerous, correct?
Absolutely.
How have you, and I worked the prisons before in my past, how have you dealt with drugs inside? What is your go-to when you encounter that?
Before I would use them, and then I woke up and realized that life isn't guaranteed. And usually I just I ask myself, is it gonna affect me in 5 seconds? Is it gonna affect me in 5 days? And if the answer is yes, I keep asking myself, is it gonna affect me in 5 years? And if it does, then I walk away and I go to my room and think about it and then just move on and try not to talk to that person.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you. What kind of support do you have besides your, I don't know if you're married or not. Are you married?
No, sir.
Oh, what kind of support do you have besides the mother of your children?
I have my sister. I have my sister's husband. I have my dad. I have my grandma that just moved back from Kansas. And I got a few cousins.
Who was the last person you talked about the things you struggle with?
My sister.
And is she clean and sober?
Yeah, she's been clean and sober for 7, 8 years now.
Do you feel like she gives you good advice?
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
James?
Oh, thank you, Dana. How you doing, Mr. Montez?
I'm good, you?
Hey, doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. One of the things I wanted to ask, you had stated that you wished you would have asked for help sooner than if you could do it all over again. Can you explain that for us?
I wish I would have asked my children's mother to help me figure out a rehab facility to go to. I feel like I would be here or maybe go into a therapist that talk about the issue of losing my mom, which is the only person I felt I had at that time and point.
And from that, as you potentially prepare to be potentially released, what are your preparations overall that you can share with us if that was to happen?
My sobriety is my number one priority, and then my children and my work. Going to SASE, which is a substance abuse service center in Manchester for outpatient or inpatient. NA services on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I would like to get a sponsor and look into the ability of a life coach to try to help me further myself so my kids can break the cycle of coming to prison.
How old are your kids today?
My son just turned 5 on the 21st of January, and my daughter turned 6 in September.
September. Okay. Do they know of your past history with illegal drugs?
No, not yet. They asked. I just not sure that talking over the phone to them is the right way to go about it, or even at this time of their life where they may not remember it.
No, and I appreciate you sharing that. You had mentioned to my colleague early on that you used at 9, THC, you used at 11 meth. And then did you state how old you were when you started alcohol, or?
I was 9.
You were 9 then as well with THC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I was to ask you, what are some things that you value today that you didn't value prior to being incarcerated, what would 1 or 2 or 3 of those values be that you could share with us?
My family, life in general, the understanding that it's not guaranteed, and being honest and truthful.
Okay. I had a couple more, but I'm gonna go ahead and conclude my questions. I actually appreciate what you shared, what you have been sharing thus far. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I have one more, please. You're currently in PC right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And at what point did you decide that would be a good move for you?
A year ago.
A year ago. And were you ever involved with gangs at all? Or validated?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've associated with people that are gang members, but never.
Who did you associate? What gang was it in particular that you met, that you associated with?
Like the GDs or the vice lords.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
I do have a couple follow-up questions. I hate to harp on the substance abuse, but I think it's probably the most important thing for you is to get that right. So, if our determination is that you are paroled today, you're going back to Manchester, okay?
Yes.
It's not that big a town, right? I've been to Manchester. So somewhere in Manchester, you were coming up with meth, pills, all that stuff. And I would imagine that the folks that you were using with or getting it from are still around there. Tell me how you're going to manage those relationships. If you roll back into town, how are we not going to fall into the same old routine with the same people?
I'm not going to have social media. The only people I'm going to be focused on is my kids and my family and work.
I mean, what have you learned, because, you could run into them at the gas station.
Gas station, right. Just turn my cheek and keep it pushing. I can't let their problems affect me or let their problems affect my kids. I can't do it no more. Can't. Prison's broke me. I don't want to be locked in a cell no more. I don't want to not be able to see my kids. I don't want to not be able to see my family. I can't do it no more.
Can't.
But you agree that those temptations are going to be there.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be hard, but gotta do it.
I think that's probably something that you need to share with your support system, me and your family, across the board, because I think that's going to require some help and some maintenance. What kind of work do you do? Or what do you have anything lined up?
Yeah, with my dad at APC Construction, they build prefab walls for like prisons and jails and houses and buildings in Dyersville.
And that's lined up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I think that's all for our questions. You had something you would like to share? The floor is yours.
So I wrote a letter, a statement to you guys. I want to take full responsibility for my actions and the crimes that I committed, and want to apologize to the families that I have hurt, and I'm sorry. Now, I understand that sorry isn't enough, and the only way to show that I'm truly sorry is by my actions moving forward. The last 4 years going on 5 have been the hardest mentally and emotionally with having children. I've missed out on so much with them that they won't get back. I understand I'm no longer living for just myself, I'm living for my children. I want to show them the right way to live. I want them to experience life to the fullest and not waste time by being locked up in a cell. I want my children to be proud of their dad and not ashamed or have hatred in their heart against me by continuing to not be present as my dad did with me. When they start crying and asking Daddy why I'm not there and that they want to see me, and the only thing I can do is tell them soon and I'm sorry. There's nothing worse than knowing that as a father I have failed, hurt, and abandoned my kids because I chose to get high and hurt other people. I've always been afraid to be myself, that I follow others to get the wrong attention, and I refuse to be a follower and start being myself and being a leader to my children, nieces, and my children's future friends. I've learned to ask for help because I know that I can't do everything on my own. My sobriety, children, and job are my top priorities because without them, I will not be successful, nor without them will I be a productive member of society. I know it's going to be hard at times, and there will come a time it begins to feel easy, and when that time does come, I know that I cannot let up, but work harder. The reward is going to be worth it. Being locked up is no longer fun, nor is it cool, and has completely defeated me. If given the chance, I'm going to make the most of it by building my relationship with my children, repairing my relationship with my support system, maintaining my sobriety by going to NA services and following up with Sassy, continuing to pay my fines and restitutions to the families that I have committed my crimes against. I want all you all to know that I truly appreciate you giving me a chance to come in here and take ownership for my behaviors and my actions. And I'm truly ready to be a productive member of society. Thank you, guys.
All right, we appreciate that. So at this time, you can sit back and relax. We're going to have a discussion here, deliberate what we've talked about today and some of the research that we've done. You'll be able to hear that conversation. You won't participate, and then we'll get back to you with our findings, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues.
Yeah, I actually can go. I liked what Mr. Montez had to share. I actually get a sense that he is sincere about what he has missed and has disappointed and appears to be disappointed in himself for decisions that he chose to make with the relationship and before his son. He also shared with us how he wished he would have listened to the mother of his kids, and that little bit of humility, and that if he had to do it over again, his support that he would have tried to have in place or follow through with. I like hearing what he had to say in terms of what he's looking to do going forward, and things that was pointed out that I liked. He talked about the plan, knowing that treatment has been an issue, illegal drugs has been an issue. So having the knowledge of Sassy, NA meetings, a sponsor, and he also spoke of wanting to establish a relationship with a life coach. That is significant, knowing the history that he shared with us with his introduction to THC and alcohol at 9 years of age, as well as meth. at 11 years of age. The other things that he mentioned is what I think we're all concerned is with that history that he has had, and going back to the small town of Manchester and seeing those former influences. That's going to be the red flag. And is he strong enough to avoid the temptations and avoid those pressures that creates that stress if he's going through some challenges? But he also know and share that put himself in position to keep himself busy, work, surrounding himself with the support that he knows to his best of interest. Those are the things that are going to help to prevent him from those kind of decisions, potential decisions that we're likely concerned with. Talked about his sister, who has some history, but also we said that she has 7 to 8 years of being sober and being clean. So her connection and how she's been able to have the stick-to-itiveness to stay on her path of remaining sober is also a foundational piece. And that's one of his supports, whom they confide in and talk to. So with those things being said, I probably could state a couple more things, but in this, I'm in agreement with DOC's recommendation, the PGD3 to his sister, the 40A with substance abuse. I know the counselor and like to write on what the counselor recommend, just that extended outpatient maybe, and then the eval from that treatment or substance abuse program, and whatever is recommended, hoping that he follows through. The 50A would be also because of the history. But this was another thing that I did want to say that just came. When he read that letter, he read it and had it, but I think he knew it by heart, because part of when he was sharing it, he was looking at us eyeball to eyeball, as he could see us, and was sharing what he wanted us to know that was reflective to him and his appreciation for having this opportunity. So I wanted to acknowledge that to him, to let him know that I saw that, and that lets me know how I believe serious he is and what his willingness is today, and from what his values than what it was prior to being incarcerated.
Jesse?
Yeah. James has some great points. Everything you said, I concur to. I think, Danny, you hit it as well as when talking about substance abuse. That's going to be the thing. And fear can be either good or bad. And I think he has to have that fear of losing the things that are important to you, because that's going to be essential. And one of those fears is got to be relapse, because that'll just destroy anything he's built. So he has a good substance abuse plan, I think. He's got aftercare out there, that he can attend. I think he's at the point where he's not afraid to reach out for help. So I'm going to be in agreement with the DSC recommendation with the PGD3, 48 for substance abuse, and the 58 for prohibition.
Okay. Before I get back to him, I want to bounce a couple ideas off. I agree with everything you guys said. Obviously, once again, you nailed it all. With the 40A, the substance abuse, we know the substance abuse piece is critical. That's make or break. That's the whole thing, right? He's on habitual, a relapse lands him right back where he's at. With that, we talked a little bit about, using meth or pills, Xanax, whatever he could get his hands on to kind of cope with his mom's passing. So I'd like your opinion on throwing maybe some mental health on there, just to make sure that, we're not using one to compensate for the other. The other thing I wanted to, reiterate with the substance abuse, he talked about, he even knows the schedule of the NAA meetings,
Right.
They're on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And he talked about, getting a sponsor, and he talked about getting a life coach. I think all those things are terrific ideas, because the one thing, if he wants to be there for his kids, if he wants to be there for his family, he needs to keep that substance issue top of mind.
Yes.
And I think all of those things keep that, laser focus that this is what is most important right now. That self-care piece of it. Another thing I wanted to throw out there, just and get your opinion on, you look through the list of crimes, you read the police reports and all that. The one thing that was in there, we have this small town dynamic here. Part of it was, considerable damage knocking over headstones, which to me is weird, but that's, probably has something to do with substance abuse as well.
Right.
But what do you think about some community service?
Absolutely.
He gets back to Manchester and has to reinvest in that community and show people that this is the new me. I'm here for good. I'm changed, and I'm going to be a productive member of the community.
100%.
You don't sit down, you get stuff. And I like all the suggestions. I think it's definitely needed. And it's definitely a good way to show that transition, if how serious it is. That community service piece is huge. With Jesse's blessing, 40 to 50 hours could be essential. So the 40B would be, I think, that code. And then adding the mental health piece, we just probably would look to decide if the cognitive stems from the substance abuse evaluation for the extended outpatient that the counselor alluded to, or that stems from the mental health part, having that evaluations to allow those professionals to make those decisions that will help towards, what they feel is the best plan for Mr. Montez.
How many hours? I'm going 40 or whatever you guys like.
I wrote down 40.
Since you suggested, we're gonna go with you then.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to, we talk about the cognitive as well on the 48?
Yeah, but sometimes
or just the mental health, and if
mental health,
expand on it.
Right, because when Meredith and Renee shares with us, sometimes those things can overlap, and sometimes you can get the cognitive piece from the mental health or the substance abuse. So at least we can put it on there, and then let the
professionals work it out.
Yes,
that's one of the benefits of having a mental health professional as the chair of the board, right?
Hey, absolutely.
So that will be a 40B added to that code.
40B for community service.
Correct.
All right, if there's, and no other comments?
No.
Okay.
Thanks for the addition too.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Montez, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were able to hear our discussion, and obviously our biggest primary consideration is getting the substance abuse under control. Okay, you've already figured that out. You know that, just like we know that. You yourself have come up with a plan for that. We're going to elaborate a little bit on that plan, to help you down that course. So you heard us talk about some codes. So the PGD3, that's just a parole that gets you to your sister's house in Manchester. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Beyond we have your regular conditions of parole will exist, and you'll have a PO. But we're going to put some additional restrictions on there that we think will assist you to be successful. Okay. So the first one is a 40B. And you heard our discussion about that, and that's community service piece of it. And we're going to recommend 40 hours of community service. And the reason is, I came from a small town. Okay. You're going to roll back into town. People are going to be talking. People are going to be wondering, we're going to go down the same old road. I think this gives you an opportunity to prove to the people that nope, I'm here, I'm invested. I'm changed, this is a new me, new life. And that goes a long way in a small town, okay? Because you can make people talk, you can make them on the good side or the bad side, right? So let's get off on the right foot, right away. The 40A, substance abuse evaluation, maintain that treatment. You talked about AA, NA, talked about a life coach, talked about getting a sponsor. All those things are terrific ideas. And I think you'll need them all. You need to be able to keep that top of mind. That needs to be your focus. The sobriety, if the sobriety doesn't work, nothing else works, right?
Right.
With that, we'd like to add on a mental health evaluation. You talked a little bit about, your mother's passing, how that impacted you and how you coped with it. We want to make sure that you don't go back to that old coping mechanism. Make sure that you get the help you need to process that and work through it. The extent of that'll be up to the mental health professional. But we want to encourage you to have that opportunity to make sure, that self-care piece is taken care of. The last code that we have on there is a 50A, and that's an alcohol prohibition. Okay. Again, you're headed back to a small town. The 50A code means, stay out of the bars, the bars that primarily their income is from alcohol, stay out of the liquor stores, because you know how that's going to go in a small town, right? The first time somebody lays eyes on you, here we go. And you don't need that distraction. You have goals, you have a plan, you have focus, and you don't need that distraction. So we added that on as well. Do all those make sense to you? Is there any questions about those?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, you put a lot of thought into your plan. I think you have everything in place now. It's incumbent on you to make it work. We're going to grant the opportunity, and it's up to you to make it work now. But we wish you well.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Good luck.
You too. Thank you.
Good.
Hey, thanks, Aaron.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good afternoon.
Hey, glad that lighting is working better.
See you next month.
He thought you did my girl name. Now do both hours. We're still together. Yeah. And I'm a big way. Great. Nope. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good morning. This is the March 12, 2025 commutation session of the Board of Pardons and Paroles being held in the McDougal Correctional Institution. My name is Parole Officer Brian, and I'm the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with the hearing. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will now say a few words.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini. Is there a CO just outside your door?
Yes.
Can you grab him, please?
Yes.
State's attorney, go ahead.
They want to talk to you. They want to talk to you.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you? So
Good, and yourself?
we're getting a lot of background noise. Is there anything you can do about that?
I'm gonna mute it and unmute to see if the feedback can, tone down a little bit. That's the least that I can do.
Okay. Can you mute us for a second?
How about now? Is that better?
It's coming from the other room, I think.
Yeah. So what's happening is we have visiting right now.
Okay.
And then we also have another parole hearing on the other side. So unfortunately, that's
what
just
it
how the
is.
rooms are set up. Yeah, unfortunately.
But all the doors are closed?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the best we could do. Okay.
That's the best that I can do.
All right. Okay. We'll be right back in 2 minutes to start.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, violated in 2017, like 8 years ago. I think it's still going back and forth to the highway. I've been violated so many times and still, but I put in for my TS for the payment for my brother's company. That's why I work too, so hopefully they approve it. Everything can be around it. Yeah. They have up here. Yeah, I know it. I just got a number, so I don't know about her. Oh. No. He's fucking Felipe.
Okay, so Mr. Newton, if you have difficulty hearing us at any point, just let us know. And I'm a loud talker, so we'll do our best. Okay?
All right. Yes.
All right. My name is Jennifer Zaccanini. I'm chairperson. And other members of the board today are Robert Sizowskis and Joy Chance. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with extraordinary power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state. A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence. In considering if to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victims, the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime, any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation during their incarceration, and any compelling or exceptional circumstances. As an applicant to be heard today, please trust that your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board. I wish you all the best. Officer Bryant will give you further information now.
Yes. Thank you. Please note, if there have been any changes to your conviction status, or you've had any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. Additionally, Any form of commutation granted by the board today may be revoked at any time for a good cause shown. As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written evidence for or against your application for commutation. Panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation for today's hearing. There's no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing. The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will also receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks. Mr. Newman, as part of your testimony today, you're required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is I do.
I do.
You solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Newman, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nicholas Newton, 329-1221.
With the board's permission, you may proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief.
I'm gonna, before we begin, please, I just want to check, is the Office of Victim Services with us? Are they connected? Kristen, is OVS with us yet?
I do not see anyone from OBS logged on.
Okay, we do have input today, so I'm gonna check with them quickly, just to make sure they don't want to join us.
786.
Oof.
No, I don't know about her.
Okay, OBS is logging in as we speak, so we're going to give them, the Office of Victim Services, a few minutes to join us, okay? Sorry
Yes.
about the delay, Mr. Noon.
It's fine.
I just moved from a new block. I had to recommit. Anything possible. If not, I'd be back non-office. There's a door number. It's two-family house on the first floor. Ain't no kids. No, it's like an older device, so. I don't have accounts. I've been over in this block for 2 weeks now. I want to see accounts once. We don't have accounts. I think it's hard. 1 minute it's one person, next minute somebody else. I don't know. Yeah. All right.
They can refer to transition housing. I see. What is it, arcade with the water there? Yeah, so And we go over here, whatever we actually. Main Street. Our Main Street, right over here, yeah. If you have a, you know, they pull their brother's out.
When I told him, going to my brother's house, only he's trying to go, yeah, I'm not trying to max out here, that's only. If I max out, then, yeah, if I max out, then I can max out, but it's like I said, it's a possibility going there, because like I said, that's also a job for me too. Like I said, it's quite easy. I worked for him before, so if I get my PS.
Mr. Newton, we're all on board now, so please go ahead with your statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, board members and everyone in attendance. My name is Nicholas Newton. I would like to thank the board members for reviewing my package, giving me the opportunity to speak today, and considering giving me a second chance to be a productive member of society through a commutation. I would like the opportunity to apologize to Vladimir's family and friends. I'm truly remorseful for my role in taking Vladimir's life. During my sentence, you asked me why. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. My actions were unexcusable. Regretfully, I cannot turn back time to that day. I'm truly sorry for the pain my actions have caused you. I'm no longer the same 20-year-old that entered the prison system. I'm no longer subjected to manipulation, a drug user. I no longer have a one-track mind. I'm no longer afraid to ask for help. I don't blame my circumstances as a child or anyone for the choices I made. I hold myself accountable for the choices I make in life now. I don't allow stigmas placed on me or people's view of me to stop who I want to be in life or define who I am. I made significant strides to become the man I am today, and I would like to speak on some of the things that made this transition possible. During the early part of serving my time, I caught a ticket for fighting with the CO. I found myself isolated for 10 months. That's where I started reflecting on my life and asking myself, how did I end up here? And here, there are no drugs to escape reality. I looked at my flaws. Why am I angry? Why did I use drugs? Why did I hurt? I looked at all the people affected by my actions and how it impacted them. So I decided to do better for myself, my son, and my community. I have learned from the programs I have taken, anger management, personal responsibility, domestic violence, as we make bad choices due to our own insecurities. And for me to change my thoughts and actions, it starts with self-awareness. It doesn't matter where you are in life, jail, suburbs, the neighborhood. If I don't have a positive mind frame to do good, I'm not gonna make positive choices. I will end up making the same choices that led me here. I had to recalibrate what I thought life was supposed to be and the bad habits I learned on the way. My best experience was being a teacher's aide. It helped me communicate with people from different backgrounds, races, and different personalities. I recognized when people needed help because it was me sitting there. It helped me relate. And if I could relate with someone's problem, it makes it a little easier to help them. It helped give me self-confidence. I had to work from the bottom to earn an opportunity to work in DLC Industries Woodshop, which has been an experience in itself. And those tools continue to help me and can help me help others on my journey. I have family and friends that help with my transition to give me housing. My uncle has a job for me with the painting company. I have plans to open my own business. I have plans to be active in our church programs, especially teen night and summer camp, where I can tell my story and share my experience and give advice. A commutation will help me do those things. It will give me the opportunity to start my life, a shot at redemption. It will help me put the things I've learned into words. It will give me a chance to be a hands-on father, reacclimate myself as a productive member of society. It will give me the opportunity to give back and pay it forward. I would like to thank you for your time, for this hearing, and giving me a voice. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Mr. Newton, thank you for that statement. This panel has reviewed your case in its entirety. So we have your application. In addition, we have the police report, court transcripts, your records from within the institution. So programming, disciplinary reports as well. We reviewed the summary of your interview with Officer Bryant. So we're very well versed in your case. We do have additional questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn to the Office of Victim Services for any input that we have from the victim's family. And then State's Attorney Doyle will have an opportunity to speak. We'll deliberate when it's all done, and we'll give you our decision here today, okay?
Yes.
So, Mr. Newton, you've been incarcerated since 2008, right? So about 16 years?
2009.
Oh, I'm sorry. The offense happened in 2008. So you've been incarcerated since February of 2009. So 16 years, right?
Yes.
16 years of a 38-year sentence. Now, you've acknowledged and admitted that you were the one who committed this murder, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And we'll, you know, we can get into the reasons how it all went down, whatever. We're not here to retry the case. But anyhow, you received 38 years. You're asking for a commutation after 16. What do you think is a fair sentence for the crime that you committed?
It's not going to be fair to anybody, but I'm looking for an opportunity to go home and start over. I see 25 being a fair sentence and playing my role. I know there's no time on a life where I can just say, give me this and it makes everything better.
Right.
I'm just looking for a second chance.
Okay. Well, I asked that because in your application, you say multiple times that it was unfair and excessive, and you compared yourself to your co-defendants. But do you understand why your co-defendants got a lesser sentence than you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And somewhere in there you mentioned your ages as well, but one of your co-defendants was 19. And you were 20 at the time, so you were young. You definitely were young. I'll give you that. You know, our legislature has determined that there will be reconsideration for some cases at your age, but you don't qualify for that. I understand you appealed the case, and it was denied, right?
Yes.
And your grounds for that was ineffective counsel. Why did you think your counsel was ineffective?
Because he told me he was going to help me. And when it came down to it, he just took money and said, I'm going to give you this time right here. I advise you to take the deal. But before any of that, he said we was going to go to trial. And at first, I just listened to what he was saying because I didn't know any better.
Wait, so you're saying you would have preferred to go to trial?
No, at the time, I didn't know really what was going on. I was trying to get out of it. So I felt my lawyer didn't help me at that time. But now I see he tried to do the best he could.
Okay. Okay. I mean, this was a horrible offense. It really was difficult to read. Whose gun were you using?
Gav's.
But there were multiple guns, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying your co-defendant brought all the guns?
Yes. When I showed up, the guns was already there.
When you showed up I mean, you guys met beforehand, right, to plan this?
No, they called me that morning and told me to get to Poplar Street immediately. So when I showed up, they already had the guns with them.
Okay, so you're saying he handed you the gun and two of you went in with guns?
Yes, me and Anthony Johnson went in with guns.
Wow. Okay, and I read you thought that the victim was reaching for a gun and that's why you reacted the way you did? So why shoot 3 times?
I was scared. I just started firing. I didn't even know which shot hit him. I didn't. I fired and I ran.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And your victim was how old?
21.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you think about that?
Yes. I stopped him from living his life too. I hurt his family. I understand that.
Yeah. What do you mean you stopped? Oh, you stopped him from living his life too because your life stopped? But you're still living.
My life I'm still living, but
yeah,
I understand that I stopped him from growing and reaching his full potential.
Yeah. How old is your son now?
He'll be 17 next month.
Uh-oh, we're frozen. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Oh, we froze for a
Yes.
second there. How old is your son?
My son is 16.
16, okay. And you have a good relationship?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you thought about what might lead your son to a similar situation?
Yes. I think about that every day. And I'm grateful he chooses not to.
Yeah. Okay, so you have participated in some programs. I see anger management, domestic violence, embracing fatherhood. I'm not sure we could call administrative segregation a program because you really shouldn't be there.
No.
No. What else have you done that we might not know about?
I had tearman jobs, cleaning. I worked in the kitchen before.
Yeah.
Right now I work in the industries where we learn to refurbish furniture. We build kitchens from scratch, bathrooms, court benches we redo.
How long have you been working in the wood shop now?
A little over a year.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And you got your, was it a high school diploma or a GED?
GED.
Okay. Congratulations on your GED.
Thank you.
You did have 3 disciplinary reports, one that resulted in outside charges for assault on personnel, where you received an additional year. Do you want to talk about that?
I was having an argument with the officer. I was still angry when I came to prison and we couldn't come to terms. So we ended up fighting. And
What
so
does that mean? You couldn't come to terms? I mean, you're not supposed to come to terms with the CO.
I'm supposed to listen to
whatever
Father
they tell you.
rules. At that time, I still didn't listen to authority. At that time, of my sins, I still was hard-headed. I still wasn't focused. I just looked at it like my life is over and I'm going to die here. And I was still making bad choices.
Yeah. So what did you do to the CO?
I fought with him. We had a physical altercation.
Wow. I mean, that's some serious lack of impulse control. I mean, you had to know nothing good would come from that.
Yes.
All right. So that was in 2013. 4 years ago in 21, you had a fight in your cell. Why?
I had a cellie. Yeah, I tried my best not to fight him. I tried to get moved. We wrote the captain. We tried to get moved, and they didn't move our cell. He just kept wanting to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm kind of done with that those days. He attacked me, and I defended myself. His next cellie, he burned off his face with a hot pot and put him in Bridgeport burn unit. I'm grateful that wasn't me. I didn't want to fight.
Okay. It's a little concerning given your instant offense. Now, outside of this felony murder for which you're asking us to reduce the time, you had other charges, right? And you got 20 years for an attempted assault first. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, I had a shooting case. Someone was trying to come kill me, and we had a shootout.
All right, so you'll have to give us a little more than that, sir. Did you say someone was trying to come and kill you?
Yes, I was standing on my
Why would someone
porch
want to kill you?
because I witnessed a murder in the neighborhood, and he knew that I knew who he was, so he tried to take me out. And Tamika Harris, I drove him to my house and we had a shootout when I ended up shooting up the car.
Yeah. How many people were in that car?
2.
Wow.
Tamika
So you
Harris
were willing
and
to kill,
Fender.
you were willing to kill those two people.
I didn't want to. I was just trying to protect my house, my family, myself.
Under what circumstances did you witness a murder?
On Poplar Street in Fairhaven in 2007.
Yeah. Who was murdered? A friend of yours?
Here's a kid in the neighborhood.
And why were you there?
That's where I used to be at, in the neighborhood, selling drugs, standing on the corner.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. I read that you were a lookout for one of the brothers, one of your co-defendants' brothers, right? That's what you did for work? You were a lookout for a drug dealer?
Yes.
How much money did you make doing that?
Maybe a few hundred a week.
Wow. Okay. So it sounds like you really weren't doing anything positive at that time, right?
No, I wasn't.
No school, no work.
No.
So now you've learned, right? You've educated yourself.
Yes.
In the Department of Correction. You've learned how to work. Because you have held multiple jobs within the Department of Correction, and for which we know you receive little pay, and you're not receiving any good time or any such thing. So your case is not even parole eligible. So you're doing these things really, I would hope, to better yourself.
Yes, and to teach my son that I can still do positive things.
Okay, yeah, that's a good lesson. So when would you say that you started to shift in your mindset and turn it all around?
I want to say about 2014, 15, when I got out of AS, and my son was coming to see me, and I was behind the glass, and he didn't like that, and he was still a child, and had asked me, was I coming to his birthday party? Was I coming to Thanksgiving? And I was telling him no, and I see the pain that it caused him. I see how I was hurting him. It's like, I'm already in trouble. I'm already not there. And I keep putting myself in predicaments to be away from him. I'm now putting a piece of glass between us, even in the visiting room. So I had to do better for him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm happy to see that you've been able to stay out of trouble for quite some time now, and that you are doing good things, because I do believe that you can change and do better. You received excellent work evaluations from all of your supervisors in the facility. We also received letters of support from your family members and friends. So we do recognize that you have support out there in the community. You have a job waiting with a family member, doing painting. So there are some positive things there, you know. I'm not sure it's your time yet, sir, but I hope you'll continue in your pursuits. There's still a lot more that you can do there, right? Because eventually you are going to get out of prison, and you want to be prepared for that transition. What goals do you have long term in life?
Right now, I want to start a family. I want to have my own business. I want to actually teach my son how to be a better person in surviving society. I want to help kids that think the street is the only way, and it's not. It leaves you here. It leaves you in the grave. You hurt yourself. You hurt people. You hurt people that you don't even understand that you're hurting. I want to be a person that helps.
What are you doing now to help people in prison?
Right now, I talk to people. I talk positive to people that's going home. I try to talk to them about my circumstances and teach them like you don't want to make this a lifetime thing. If you have a shot to go home and do better for you. If you say you love your child, you love your family, show them by going home and staying home. Because when you come here, you're not helping them.
Yeah. Are you still a teacher's aide?
No, I was in Chester's facility.
How long did you do that for?
About 2 years.
Okay. That's great. All right. Thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues and see what questions they have for you. Ms. Chance.
Thank you.
Yes, so Mr. Newton, I would just like to follow up on a couple questions. So you had a street name while you were in the community. What was that name?
A what?
You were known by an alias while you were in the community.
My
What
name
was
was
that
Cannon.
name?
My name
Yeah.
was Cannon.
Yeah, I read that you were referred to as Loose Cannon.
Yes.
And I know when you started your incarceration in 2009, you still refer to that name.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did that name mean to you when you were in the community?
I would fly off the handles. I would be ready to fight at the drop of a dime. I didn't care. I lived life reckless.
Yeah. And I'm looking at, your dates of incarceration just to show you that, you took part of yourself into prison and it took you quite a while to begin to make some changes because you started in 2009 and I'm looking at the period of 2011 to 2017 when there wasn't much that you did. The only thing you got was your GED. So do you think that name played a role in your continued behavior?
Yes, I was trying to live up to something that didn't exist.
And so what was it that made you change and realize that you had to drop that name?
I'm a father. I don't want my son to be in the streets thinking he need a street name or to represent something that doesn't care about him. I had to drop it to become a better person. I had to let people know that's not who I am anymore.
And what brought that change about in you?
That change, it's like I don't want to hurt nobody. It's like I used to enjoy fighting. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Growing up, I enjoyed it. The street life, I was infatuated with it. It's all I knew since I was 12 years old. But when I decided to be a man, those things, they don't work in the same sense. I can't be a so-called gangster and say I want to raise my son to be a positive person and show him that. So I had to do positive things to show him this is the way to be.
Okay, well, I appreciate you acknowledging that you took it with you, but that you decided to make a change in your life. And that's all positive. I would like to just go back to there was a comment that you made that you said you received 20 more years than your co-defendant, and that's what set this crime into motion. What did you mean by that?
They planned the robbery weeks, days in advance that I knew nothing about. They had broke into the house and set the whole stage up. I didn't know anything about the robbery until that morning when I was called. I didn't know Vladimir. That was my first day ever meeting him. That was their We Connect.
Why did you have those rubber gloves on?
I got those from Gail's house. His wife is a nurse.
Why did you think you needed them?
To hide my identity.
Okay. And then after you shot the victim, what did you do?
I ran.
Where did you go?
I ran out of the house. I ran through the yards. I ran home. I just stayed there.
You didn't go to Florida?
I ended up there later on. I didn't immediately leave to Florida. I ran home. I was in smoking weed, drinking. When I heard the police was looking for me, that's when I went to Florida.
So when they finally caught up with you and you were asked about the shooting, why didn't you at that time just acknowledge that you did it?
I don't know. I just wanted to run from it. I wanted to hide from it. I didn't want to take responsibility. I didn't want to take the blame. So I lied.
And when did you come to the realization that you needed to take responsibility for it?
Around the same time I knew it was time to grow up, when I started making my change, I can't say I'm going to grow up and still lie about things. I have to accept the truth. I have to accept accountability. I have to take responsibility to be able to move forward.
Yeah, and that took you a while. Because just hearing or reading about some of the things that you did, you know, the fact that you not only got your high school diploma, but that you took that drug and alcohol program through the Stratford Career Institute. And yes, that you have a few certificates, you know, the advanced business education technology and the embracing fatherhood and child psychology. And that you put yourself on the list for the culinary arts program, the Serve Save certification. So I see that, you know, there's some signs of change. But I really have to be honest with you, Mr. Newton. I think you need some more time to continue to do some of the things that you're doing. I look at your program waiting list and, you know, you have an addiction services, you have alternative to violence, voices, and then the new thought program, which used to be the good intention, bad choices. So I think, you know, with some more time and you taking those courses, I think you, you know, would set yourself up to be a really good influence when you go back in the community. What do you think?
I understand that. I wouldn't mind doing those programs. Those programs I will only get if I get closer to my parole date or closer to release date. Most people that get those programs have 2 years or less. So I won't get into those programs for another 20 years.
But I'm sure that there are other ways that you can get around it. You did the domestic violence in 2023.
I paid for that course. That's outside of the DOC.
Oh, you did that outside. Okay.
That class, personal responsibility, I paid for those courses.
Well, the other good thing is, you know, your job assignments, which Madam Chair spoke about before. So those are all positive things that you're doing. And I wondered, you know, in your application, when you were asked to describe, you know, compelling circumstances to get a commutation today, you had a whole slew of things listed. Do you think those things are all valid now in your request for a commutation?
Excuse me?
Do you think all those reasons that you wrote in your application are still valid as compelling circumstances? And I can just mention a few if you prefer, if you'd like. So
I know.
You know.
Yes. I believe them programs help me. They help shape me into who I am. And they help me help other people when I was the business teacher aide. So I believe those skills, I still use them today. If I get into a disagreement with somebody, I use my skills. I talk to somebody before we even talk about fighting or think about fighting. If we can't get along, we're still men at the end of the day. We don't have to agree on everything, but we don't have to do violence to each other either. We could just go our separate ways. So I use the tools that I learned. Even with my job, like if I go work with my uncle, I'm gonna be using table saws at the paint company. I'm gonna be using sanders, cutting wood. These techniques will help me.
Do you think, one last question, Mr. Newton, one of the compelling reasons, circumstances that you said was your co-defendants placed all the blame on you.
Yes.
Was that a fair statement? And do you still think that's true today?
I feel they did blame everything on me. They made it seem like I set all this up. They made it seem like I called Vladimir and I'm the one that pulled the trigger. I take the responsibility, yes. It is my fault Vladimir is gone. I take full responsibility for that. I showed up, I pulled that trigger. That is my fault.
Right.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, but my understanding is even if you thought they set it up, you were the one with the gun, you shot the victim, and then you were telling one of your co-defendants to shoot. Basically, all they said they wanted to do was to get the weed and leave. So they never denied that they participated in it.
Yes.
And so I asked out of concern because I'm wondering if you still have animosity towards them.
No, I take full responsibility for that. I don't hold animosity to anybody. If I never got up that morning, if I didn't respond to that phone call, those are the choices I had at that time that I could have made, and I didn't. So I have to take responsibility for that. I can't blame them for telling. I can't blame them for calling me. I have to accept everything that I did that day.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Newton.
You're welcome.
I'll just add, Mr. Newton, because I'm not sure you're aware, but Mr. Gale admitted to planning this event. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, so your claim that they blamed you for everything really would not hold true. He admitted that he was the planner of this whole event. Okay, Mr. Staszowskis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Newton.
Good morning.
So my colleagues have asked most of the questions that I wanted to talk about. Just a couple things. Do people still call you Cannon now in the facility? They still use that name toward you?
Not everybody. A couple people that come to jail that I know from the neighborhood, they would still call me Cannon, but I correct them. I would let them know that's not who I am anymore.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, I think it's time to reinvent yourself away from that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, you talked with the rubber gloves a little bit, and you said that one of your co-defendants, family members gave those to you. Were they wearing gloves? The other two co-defendants?
Yes. And so Gail wasn't, Johnson was. Anthony Johnson was, Gail wasn't.
Okay. And you said that you did it because you wanted to conceal your identity.
Yes.
Was your face covered?
Yes.
So you wore a mask during this?
Yes.
He never saw your face ever, the victim?
Yes, he did. My mask ended up coming off. He ended up seeing my face. My mask came off.
Were all three of you wearing masks or just you?
No. Gail had sat down and lured him in as a regular person. And Gail was supposed to pretend that he didn't know me or Johnson when we came into the room.
Okay.
So
I understand.
Yes.
So, and then one of the other things that you said today, and then in your application, you talked about being a follower, that you were following along with other people. But, you know, from all the statements I read, you were like ordering one of the co-defendants to shoot him, like you were kind of in charge of the situation. I didn't find that as being a follower. Do you remember telling your co-defendant to shoot him in the leg?
I know he said that, but I didn't tell him to shoot him. There was no time for that. When I seen Vladimir move and I felt he was reaching for a gun, I automatically just pulled the trigger and ran. I didn't order anybody to do anything.
Right. Yeah, so that's the next question I have, was about this gun situation with the victim. You know, I read in your statements, you're kind of indicating that the victim was armed and that you saw a gun. But I don't see that anywhere else in any of the documents. So I'm trying to sort that out in my mind, why you are the only one that saw a gun, and you said it was a BB gun. Where can you just talk about that?
They I guess they continued with the robbery after I left. And when they had his bag, they said it was a gun on him, and they said it was a BB gun. That's what they told me. But when he reached for his hip, when he got up, I fired. He jumped up, he said it's not going down like this, and I panicked.
I read that, but the part that I want to know about is you claiming that you saw a handgun before you shot him. Did you see him with a handgun before you shot him?
I seen him reach for his hip. I can't say for sure that it was a full gun there, but I seen him reach. And
okay, so he was reaching toward his belt line, but you did not see a gun sticking out of his belt.
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. That was the part that I was just trying to work through. And then, you know, how you came up with the idea that it was a BB gun when there's no mention of any of that anywhere else. I just wanted to clear up some of the facts. So it looks like also we didn't really talk a lot about your drug problem before. You have a DOC drug score of a 3 and 5 is the highest. It looks like you had a significant problem, you know, earlier in your life with PCP, ecstasy, marijuana. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're on the wait list for addiction services. That's a DOC program. That's, you know, like those are more intensive programs that really address the underlying issues. But you did register for, you did take it upon yourself to register for, it looks like an outside substance abuse program. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just talk about how, you know, how that helped you? What did you learn from that outside program? I'm not familiar with it.
I learned from that program because I used to just think, oh, I'm getting high, I'm just enjoying myself. I used to just think, this is it. When I start reading that package and it's telling me about addiction and going through withdrawals and being irritable, and I noticed a lot of those symptoms I was going through. Like I was popping 6 E-pills a day without even realizing it. Like I'm just chasing a high, chasing a high, chasing a high. And that program, it helped me realize that, like, I never knew, I never said I was an addict. I said I'll quit tomorrow. I can quit this if I want to. And it wasn't the case. I depended on those drugs. I became drug dependent.
So you also mentioned that somewhere I read that you didn't think when you got out that you would need to be in any kind of substance abuse treatment, like in the community. You know, do you think that's still true, that you're gonna be okay and not require any substance abuse treatment or support in the community?
Yes, I haven't used drugs this long. My system is clean. I don't want to put it back in my system. I made some of the worst choices on drugs, and it hit who I was. Like, if I thought I was happy, I really wasn't. I'm on drugs. So if I can be happy without them, I don't need them. I got family members that she gotta get her kidney she gotta get her kidney switched out every few years. So if my son ever needed an organ or something, I wouldn't be able to supply it. But because I want to be selfish and be high and use drugs, I wouldn't be able to give him a functioning organ because of my own temptations.
All right, so this is just really the last question. My colleagues have asked all the other things that I had written down here. And so, you know, one of the things you mentioned that you believe is, you know, a compelling reason for you to, a compelling circumstance for you to receive a commutation was that you were 20 years old at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so your sentence was 38 years, and like you said today, and in your paperwork, you thought that 25 years would be more appropriate. Do you think that anyone that's 20 years old and, you know, commits a murder should only be sentenced to 25 years? Is that your argument?
No, I don't believe that. I just believe I made significant changes to give me a second chance. And I'm looking for an opportunity to do that. Because I believe I can do better than what I did. I believe I can do better for my community than what I did with that time. Even that time would give me a little bit more time to complete more programs if my time was reduced to that, because I'll be closer to the door.
I mean, I do think you're on the right track and on the road to rehabilitation. I mean, your last disciplinary report was 4 years ago. I understand the circumstances of that fight. You've explained them. But I do think you're on the right path. You know what I mean? I think there's still some more programming. There's still some more programming that you need to complete, like my colleagues have said. And regardless of what happens today, I encourage you to keep staying positive and doing what you're doing right now, and try to get longer stretch under your belt of time that you could point to without any problems. Do you know what I'm saying? But I hear in your voice that you want to change and that you're doing the right kinds of things. So I want you to try to stay positive, okay? So that's all I have today, sir. Good luck to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, we will ask the Office of Victim Services to provide any input that they have. Mr. Jesus, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, board members. Good morning, Chair. I do have a brief statement. It reads as follows. My name is Roman, and I am the older brother of Vladimir. I would like to tell you about him. He was funny, kind, respectful, quiet, and a smart person. He was attending UConn, majoring in political science. He was also the president of his class. I love and miss him very much, but Mr. Newton decided to cut his life short, causing our family pain, trauma, and suffering. I would like to ask that he should serve the rest of his sentence in prison. Thank you. That's all I have, board members.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll ask Attorney Doyle to introduce himself and give a statement. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you to the board, and thank you and to Mr. Newton allowing me to be here today. I know the board's got. I'm sorry, I apologize. I couldn't hear. There was some backdrop there.
Can you state your name and juris number for the record?
Sure. John P. Doyle Jr. I'm the state's attorney for the Judicial District in New Haven, and my juris number is 415543. My business address is 235 Church Street in New Haven, Connecticut. And again, thank you to the board and good morning to the board and Mr. Newton. I know that the board, I have Mr. Newton's commutation packet and everything he provided. I also have his arrest warrant. I have transcripts of Mr. Newton's plea and eventual sentencing. Pardon me. I also have the transcript of his co-defendants' pleas and sentencings. And I also believe, and I believe the board has most of this, if not all of this. I have his correctional history, and I have his background, and I have the arrest warrants. And if the board doesn't have any of that, I'll be happy to provide it or send it along. But there's some additional information that I want to give, but I'm going to try not to repeat what I believe the board knows. There's some factors that I think that are important that the board needs to weigh before it exercises its extraordinary power given it to by the legislature and deciding to exercise its commutation power in regards to Mr. Newton. I'm not going to compare that power to the power under other statutes, such as 54-125A, or, the authority that the board has to issue pardons or to just issue regular parole for regular inmates. But I'm just talking in regards to this commutation power and how it affects Mr. Newton. As what was alluded to here today, I think there's important dates to know is that Mr. Newton's date of birth, as far as I'm able to determine, is 8/6/1988. And the incident that is his controlling sentence occurred August 21st, 2008. So I'll defer to the Board of Correction, the Board and Department of Corrections. But it appears to me that Mr. Newton was 20 years old and 15 days at the date of the incident that is his controlling sentence. So I also believe the board is well aware that under 54-125A, at some point in the future, he will become eligible under that statute to apply for early parole categorization based upon his age. I'm not going to belabor the law on what that is because I know each and every one of you on the board sits on those hearings and are well familiar with those statutes. But what I would indicate here is that is something that, regardless of whatever the board does today, Mr. Newton will be statutorily eligible to apply for that consideration. I don't like a commutation. I don't even think it's something that he has to apply for. I think he will be screened and advised that there is the eligibility for that. Or at some point, some attorney will come along and advise him that he's eligible for that. Be that as it may, by my calculations, at some point when he is now, as the chairman pointed out, he's 16 years into a 38-year sentence. And at 22.8 years, he may be eligible under 54-125A, which is approximately 6.5 years from now.
Right.
And it's the state of Connecticut's position that whether he gets that part or not, whatever happens today, if this board was to commute any sentence, all we're doing is moving that threshold a little closer. And if you change the sentence at all, we're going to be back here at another panel or another proceeding where he's going to apply for that. And by Mr. Newton's own accord, not that I agree with him, his position is he should be doing at least 25 years. And if we get to that point, it's going to be at 22.8 years, which I'll be back, or somebody in my office will be back to address that in the future. But there's other factors that I need to point out. I'm not going to go into everything about the homicide of Vladimir Voinev, who was a young man who was who lived in New Haven and went to high school in New Haven, who was able to get to a situation where he excelled in school, as his family pointed out, got himself into UConn and was a student there, but would also return home to the city of New Haven. This wasn't a situation where the defendant and his co-defendants targeted just some individual. They knew him. They knew what was involved with him, or at least some of the co-defendants did. At the time, putting aside Mr. Voinev's murder there at one point, of which you heard the statement from his older brother, but unfortunately his mother, who addressed the court before Judge Fasano at his sentencing in a very emotional sentencing proceeding, passed away several years ago. So she's not able here to be able to address the board. Mr. Newton is not only serving the sentence for the murder involving Mr. Voinev. At the same time, he was also sentenced. And whether or not that sentence is completed or not, we need to look at the whole factors of this. Not only was he convicted of Mr. Voinev, he was also convicted, as some of the board members asked, of a separate attempted shooting of 2 other individuals. And that was a young woman, and I believe that you have the arrest warrant for that, but it's also reflected in the PSI, where there was a vehicle that Mr. Newton had fired at. That was also activity that occurred around the same time of this, and I want to point out the dates. August 29th, 2008 is the situation where that young woman was fired at in that particular vehicle. August 21, 2008, the week earlier, was the homicide of Mr. Voynev. So after that homicide, the situation where we're talking about where the Mr. Newton is giving you some information and background or his view of that, and somehow how the co-defendants who set up this robbery, and I have no doubt that it occurred, but as at that point there, Mr. Newton had already killed Mr. Voynev, fled the scene of that location, was now out there being investigated by the New Haven Police Department and others, but then gets involved in this separate shooting incident thereafter. So we also have somebody who 7 or 8 years later probably knows by now that he's responsible for the homicide of another individual, but he's still armed with a gun and he's still shooting at other people, potentially murdering 2 other people. But we also have to step over to a fact which I don't believe the board is aware of, or perhaps you're not. And if you are not, at some point in the future, I will provide you with this information. On June 4th of 2007 in the city of New Haven, one Julian Ellis was also the victim of a homicide in the city of New Haven. And as part of that case, the investigation showed and testimony at trial showed is that Mr. Newton arrived at that location with Mr. Jackson, who was eventually convicted of that murder. Pardon me, that being the matter of Troy Jackson. Mr. Cole arrived to him at the location. Mr. Cole and 2 others acted as lookouts for each respective party, where there was an argument and a scuffle, and then handguns went off, and yet another murder was committed in the city of New Haven. While this matter was pending, and while Mr. Newton had his own criminal cases pending, that being the murder he's responsible for, the attempted assault 1, Mr. Newton had already provided a statement to the New Haven Police Department regarding the homicide of Julian Ellis. While his matter was pending, Judge Fasano, the judge who sentenced Mr. Newton, and the state and his attorney worked out a situation where he would be able to cooperate regarding the statement he already gave. So he's going to be sentenced on his murder, attempted on his assault 1. And as you see in the transcript, there's a reflection there that there was going to be a range of 32 to 38 years for Mr. Newton if he was to go into court and testify consistent to the statement he had given to the New Haven police regarding the homicide of Julian Ellis that had been committed by Troy Jackson. Thereafter, he was sentenced to 38 years with an understanding that he may be able to apply for a sentence modification, and Judge Fasano would consider reducing that sentence had he cooperated with the state in regards to that homicide. Not only did Mr. Newton not cooperate with that homicide, he attempted to go up there and tank that murder trial by now testifying in the case that he was present at the homicide of Julian Ellis. But contrary to the statement he had given to the New Haven Police Department previously, and contrary to the statement that he also gave to this office in the New Haven Police Department the day he pled on his own matters, he then went up on Mr. Jackson's trial and indicated, well, I was there, but I didn't see Mr. Jackson. So in an attempt to aid Mr. Jackson, another one of his cohorts and his friends also involved in committing murders in the city of New Haven, Mr. Newton decided that while his own matters were pending, the right thing for him was to not accept responsibility for his own homicide because he wants to point to his co-defendants, but to also not accept the agreement that he made, the recommendation he made from the court, and actually go up and give some solace, some sense of justice to the family of Julian Ellis by indicating, testifying to what he observed in regards to that homicide. And I think the board should take that into account as well in this matter. So not only was he involved in his own homicide, his own attempted shooting, he was also involved in another murder that he had been observed involved with. I get that we have to take into account when there's young men who come into the criminal justice system. I get that we have to balance their behavior, their activities, their mindset, their background. I noted in the PSI there was a one point along the sentencing there, Mr. Newton attributed a lot of his background and his issues to lack of a father figure. And at some point it was noted, and I'll stand corrected, it was a point where indicated that a lot of the responsibilities were his mother not bringing up the best upbringing as well. And then at some point acknowledging in the future that that wasn't really his mother's fault. It was more of Mr. Newton not accepting responsibilities for him, some of his behaviors. But when we still have an individual here now who in regards to the homicide of Mr. Voynette, is making an attempt to blame the co-defendants who set up the robbery. The law in the state of Connecticut is very clear that whether the moment to commit, the intention to commit a murder occurs pre-planned over days before or is instantaneous, Mr. Newton in this situation arrived with a handgun, arriving with gloves, made the decision to fire into the chest of Mr. Voynette, killing him in that apartment. And that is what he is serving a sentence for. His efforts to deflect and not take responsibility fully, other than to say, I'll accept responsibility, but not for all that I did, because some other people were involved in this, but I'll accept my part, but then also attempt to deflect onto others, is something that also should be taken into account. So on behalf of the state attorney's office, I would ask you to take all these matters into account. And again, I do think it's noted, it is important to note that whatever you do here today, if you decided to commute it, it's just moving up that juvenile parole eligibility. I refer to it as juvenile parole eligibility, but we're talking about 23-169 codified at 54-125A, and which he's going to be eligible to apply for in 6 years. So those are my comments, and thank you for allowing me to address you today.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Doyle. So just for clarification purposes on the record, he does not qualify for Public Act 23-169 at this time because your offense has to be committed and you have to be convicted prior to October of 2005. So he does not qualify at this time. Sir, we're going to enter into deliberation at this time. We'll discuss your case and we'll come back to you with our decision. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so we certainly appreciate the input from the Office of Victim Services and the state's attorney's office. Mr. Newton has applied for a commutation of the felony murder case alone. I'm assuming because he's almost done with the other ones. But anyhow, he has a 1-year consecutive for assault on personnel. He's been in, as I noted, 16 years of a 38-year sentence. There was an unfortunate loss of life here, a tragic loss of life here. This is not a parole hearing. It's not a juvenile reconsideration hearing. This is a commutation hearing. I certainly don't want to take away from Mr. Newton's efforts. He has participated in programming that he himself paid for. He does have disciplinary reports that are concerning, but there's 3, and there has been some progress in the past 4 years. He's been working. He has a lot of support. These are all typical things that we expect to see in a parole hearing, in a parole case. For today's purposes, we really are looking for something exceptional and compelling, not something that we would expect from every inmate in the Department of Correction. So certainly I do appreciate that there is some change in Mr. Newton. There is growth, and I hope that growth continues. I think there's definitely more work to be done. Certainly behavioral issues, there's more progress to be made as far as time elapse goes. But at this time, I do not find that there are any exceptional or compelling circumstances. I don't find that his sentence was unfair or excessive, given that someone was murdered, someone lost their life. So I would not be in favor of any type of reduction in the sentence at this point. Ms. Chance.
I absolutely agree with everything you say, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sazowskis?
Yeah, I agree. And one thing that jumped out to me was when I was reading through this, I'm looking for some, exceptional and compelling circumstances throughout this documentation. One of the things he said in his writing here, he said that, he sees the victim reach for his waist where I saw the handle of a gun. And then, so there's like a somewhat claim of self-defense here. And then when further questioning in the hearing today, he's, moving away from that and says, no, I did not see a gun. So, I couldn't find any are, exceptional, compelling circumstances in any of this or in our interview. So I agree with the both of you.
Yeah. I think it's also important to note that his co-defendants just finished their sentences last year.
Mhm.
They did all their time.
It's just too soon for us to be here. Yeah. Okay, in the matter of Nicholas Newton, MA number 329121, I'll move to deny the application for commutation, as I find there's no exceptional or compelling circumstances to warrant commutation of the felony murder sentence. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Newton, keep doing what you're doing. It's just too soon for us to consider anything, okay? We
All right,
wish you the
thank you.
best. Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Doyle. Thank you to the Office of Victim Services.
Thank you.
2025 competition session of the planning commission. 29121. And March 12, 2025 commutation session of the planning board.
10-12. Thank you.
Basically,